Greetings, gamers, and welcome to the 75th live stream from the MisfitGamersStudios. I'm your host, Vortex, and this is D&D Discussions. On today's episode, we have something a little bit special because we're not going to do our traditional homebrew review. Normally, that's been reserved for things that can be approached on a more universal scale, maybe from a DM's point of view, a player point of view, or something that, can generally be looked at from the greater community and utilized. Sometimes we get submissions like this one where it goes a little above and beyond something that can be approachable by everyone, and it's more of a highlight of something that someone specifically has built. Similar to sometimes when I discuss the history or highlights of High Point and discuss aspects that aren't intended to tell people how they can game, but just decisions that I have made that make sense for my plot. So with that, we're going to do something a little bit new. And today we are presenting a brand new type of episode called Homebrew Showcase, where we are going to take these odd, more unique, more complex submissions that don't really fall within the complex or fall within the normal aspect of reviewing it, giving it critique, and how we would approach it or how we might do it differently. And this time we're going to go with the Homebrew Showcase of approaching this more as a reaction. It's going to be a reaction as it is intended. So this was submitted to us. This one is going to be a Goblin Encounter. And it's not just going to be the encounter itself, because that could easily fall under homebrew review, but this is going to have the premise. It's going to have history and lore. It's going to have a map. It's going to have rooms. It's going to have a map key. We're going to have all of the creatures that you're going to do in the encounter. Each one of them has a stat blow. It's a lot. And we're not going to be able to break it all down and say, oh, I would have done this. It's too complex. It's too interwoven. And it's too specific to Inventurology, the viewer that submitted it. It's too specific to what they have built. So instead of going through it with the normal review process, we're going to treat this the Homebrew Showcase is now going to be more of a reaction. So we're going to approach this from the point of view as it is intended, which is as players. We're going to read through this and give our reactions as how we would be as if Inventurology was our DM walking us through all of this. So join us for the first Homebrew Showcase. It's going to be kind of fun. And let me get Kage in here for some quick intro, and then we will, we'll hopefully be able to see Inventurology in here. We hope that he joins today. What's up, my dude? How you doing today?
Well, shalom, my friends. I am again excited. This one has been a long time coming. All right. Inventurology, when you get here, I need to thank you so much for this. I had such a fun time trying to put all of this together. Like, he has so much lore behind all of this, and a lot went into building this, I can tell. And so I had to compile so much to bring all of this together. Like you said, there's stat blocks for characters, there's a key, there's maps, and I was able to, so in order for him to send this map to us, he had to break it up into 4 quadrants and send it because the file size was too big.
Oh boy. Okay.
But I was able to take all those files and piece them back together into one big file.
Fantastic.
So hopefully it looks the way that it should and everything, and we can get through all the different rooms, because I was finally able to get, I think, most of the pieces of the key that he had before we got started.
Excellent.
So,
and that's going to be fantastic, and we are hoping to do a lot more of these because as we were talking about, producing a different episode and doing showcase instead of review as more of a react series, just because it's going to be I think better approach that way instead of us trying to figure out each little intricacy and how we would have approached it differently. It's going to be too much to break down. So I like the idea of just approaching this as, how would I be as a player? What questions would I have? What parts interest me the most?
Right.
Where would I dig? Not so much answering all those questions, but just asking them, giving Inventurology the mindset of what would happen if a player like us walked into this. But, looking back on what we've done before, some of the things that we have had submitted to us could almost have been showcases with that new definition.
Right.
Of not quite being something that was designed or meant to be, universally used, but just something that had been built, for a very specific purpose. So yeah, so it's going to be interesting to decide as we go what's going to fall into Homebrew Review, what's going to fall into Showcase. As of right now, I think because there's not really going to be an easily defined line between the two. So I think as we get submissions, what we plan to do is once the submission either gets too complex to be able to really break down in an effective way, or once the submission itself is beyond universally usable, right? In the sense that it is in a way tied so much into other details that it wouldn't really work if you made any changes. So something like this, again, an entire encounter.
I see what you're saying.
But it's the lore of the encounter, it's the history, it's these specific creatures. So it's going to be something new. We're going to keep trying it. But yeah, definitely join us for more of those. I see Cosmic in the chat. Thank you so much for being here already. That's excellent. Let's see. You were talking about if you did multiple floors. I mean, if you're going to make posts on the floors, just do all of them. I would just say, especially I would do, if you're going to post them, do them in order for us. That would be the best, because then chronologically as we do any reviews on them, or if you want, again, depending on how those work, because those might be more of a showcase as well, because those are probably going to be extremely detailed. Because those towers, those are the ones that are connected to the chains that are connected to the celestial dragon.
That would be very cool.
Those might be more showcases.
That would be another fun one for me to put together. Okay,
because I'm here for it. So complex that
I'm here for it.
Like the ideas that he's brought us before, I still think are good. Good for review, because we can break down the balancing and we can break down the usability of it.
There's a lot more mechanics involved in it.
But something like the towers may be more of a showcase depending upon how he has them built out.
Okay,
because again, it's really difficult to discuss balancing in things like encounters when you're adding lore to it. If it's just saying, hey, I have a party, here's their level, and here's a group of bandits I want them to fight. Is this balanced? We can talk a lot about what weapons they have, what skills you want them to have, where the location is. Those are things that we could talk about in Homebrew Review. But once you're like, hey, they're going to get ambushed by these people because of this reason, at this location, specifically because of this, at this time, it's like, okay, hold on. Anything I start to change, if I say he should have a different weapon, I change lore, and that's the point to where it's not a review.
There was a game that I played in where a big part of the background of the environment we were in is that water was scarce. So much so that we had to track how much water we had, and there was a difference between dirty water and clean water, and all of this stuff. We had to regularly keep track of this stuff because you could get dehydrated and then there could be consequences. And so an encounter in that environment might take a lot of that into account. And you're not going to be able to just take an encounter out of that environment and balance it for everybody, right?
So a good example using that, a good example of a Homebrew Review versus Showcase moving forward, kind of just the idea for anybody who's interested. If you were going to give us the dehydration mechanic or the water mechanic of how and why, how much they need, how that balances out, how they use water in combat, and how much they need to remember, that's a balancing thing. We can discuss that. But discussing a specific encounter with specific people with that mechanic in that world, that's a showcase. Because then you're, again, anything that we do beyond the item itself, it begins to unbalance where it comes from. So, again, no hard and fast rules. It's going to be kind of something that we're using just to differentiate when we are going to approach it from a DM player multiple point of view, where we'll actually give criticism, or not really criticism, but suggestions or advice or just opinions on what we would do with it. The showcases, they're just going to be reactions. It's more of however we're supposed to approach it. Like, again, if it was a player, like if someone says, here's a player that I built, what would you think of as a DM? Like, we could do like a whole showcase on like the player background, the build, how they got to level 20. Like, again, if they show us like their whole history,
that would be cool.
And that would be a cool showcase. If you gave us like a final character.
If we could get Kitsugis, that would be very cool.
What's unfortunate? I think Love Murder Rose left the Discord, so I don't think we're going to see anything from them anymore. But that's unfortunate. But yeah, but absolutely something like that, like being able to give us like your final character build, like here's my character at the final build, but then give us like the history, how they got there, what feat you chose at what level. Like those would be kind of cool showcases, right? That's not something I'm gonna like tear down and say, oh, you should have done it this level or at this, that's not really useful. But being able to look at the entire history of the character, how you got there, why you made certain decisions, at this level was really notable because we first met the BBEG, right? Like it would just be really cool to like do like a showcase like that. So
I think that'd be dope.
So yeah, good ideas for anybody in the future. But yeah, Cosmic, definitely. If I was gonna choose, I would definitely want to go in order because I am curious how the towers work. So going in order of which floors they are would be super helpful too. But he does have 2 standout ones. So it looks like out of the 10 floors, 2 were non-combative, but they are like standoutish. Maybe puzzles. Maybe, okay. Maybe like, character development, puzzles, or maybe just in general, like ability checks. He says a floor 2's mixed whack-a-mole with the small hair gun. And he uses 20 holes randomly around the floor. Okay, that would be kind of interesting. Yeah, like build like a whole floor out to like...
Interesting.
I do like having like, things built out with there's a whole episode we need to discuss because there's been some discussion more in the community about better utilization of not just setting but scenery, in the sense that using your environment
like terrain.
Yeah, terrain, but just the environment in general, right?
Okay.
And while I want to be positive on this conversation, while I'm like super hyped that this conversation's happening and people are making the fight like, hey, look at any fight in like, especially because we're not talking about real fights, but like look for any fight, like action scene, especially in a tavern in a movie, right? Or in a bar or in an old medieval movie. Like they're picking up glasses, throwing water in each, throwing beer, water, wine in each other's faces.
Yeah.
People are grabbing, things and smashing them over their heads. They're grabbing tables. They're pushing people over chairs. And we talked about this previously where 5th edition could do better at making mechanics that make those useful, because I think my biggest thing is like Baldur's Gate, in my opinion, kind of pointed this out where I know a lot of people had fun like utilizing the environment and taking things and throwing them at people. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, the actual bonus to that, like the actual benefit of being able to pick up a chair and throw it at an enemy in any particular context, if you're using rules as written, just doesn't have any really effect, right? Because it's an unimprovised weapon, or it's an improvised weapon, usually has low damage output, and things like that. And again, we talked about like how, going prone doesn't always have enough of an effect to really like be something that you want to constantly be aware of in battle.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, correction, we completely misspoke on being prone, by the way. There is rules. The rule about prone is it does take half your movement, or it does take movement equal to half your speed. So it does take basically half your movement speed to stand up. I think we were saying that it doesn't take anything.
No, I was saying that I think it should take less.
Oh yeah,
and you were saying that you think it should take more or all.
But yeah, but taking 50%, I think I had misspoke in that though. I think I misspoke and said that it didn't take anything, but I think I was trying to imply that it didn't take enough. But yes, still in the sense that I like that the conversation is going about having DMs and players utilize the environment more, right? Pushing people over tables or jumping onto a table, right? Like utilizing and getting some sort of advantage in those situations. My thing is I think we should just do a whole episode on how to craft better mechanics, because there really aren't a lot of mechanics outside of like, if I'm higher then I might get advantage, or I might knock them prone. But I think there could be a lot more easy results, things like if you have like a liquid thrown in their face, like making easy go-to checks on how you could use the environment to blind people or to cause them.
What kind of things could happen if you throw sand in someone's face, if you throw whatever.
And then just other ways of like, if you're gonna do that, being able to like, man, can you talk, we could talk for days about different options. Like has anyone ever thought about readying a bonus action? Like if a bonus action can't really be combat, right? But let's say like a bonus action could just be like tossing, not throwing, but like just quickly, like, just one of those things where you just do that. You just pick it up and just toss it over. Mm-hmm. Imagine being able to ready a bonus action with like, you're in a bar and you just pick up a fork or something. and the wizard's trying to like cast a spell, so you just like use your bonus action to just toss a fork at no damage. I'm not trying to do any damage, but a fork being thrown at your face might cause you to fuck up your spell. You know, like those little things where it's like I think there's a lot more to be had with utilizing the environment, and I just don't really feel like there's enough current rule sets to make it feel real. You know what I mean? Like the bar scenes that you see where it's like, I want to grab the guy and throw him on the table, and then we're having a fist fight while he's prone on the table. Most even, and again, not so much that there needs to be a mechanic on how to do that, but imagine most DMs, they just try to get like anytime you go prone or anytime you're in that situation, it's always an intent to get up. You know, grapple's underutilized. Not a lot of people use grapple. It's mostly an enemy thing, and it's mostly just try to get out of it as quick as you can.
Right.
But imagining, you know, like that's where close quarters combat could come in. You know, someone gets you on the ground and you're throwing punches, close quarters combat. You know, that's kind of one of those situations where you could say, hey, I have advantage now. You know, they may be on top of me, but I got extra training here, right? You could even say that, I mean, I think you could even completely... except if you're a martial fighter, like a martial artist in any capacity outside of a weapon, if you also have the proficiency in grapple, you can make attacks while grappled, like on the floor.
Oh yeah.
In the sense that, you know how to get out, make a punch. You're still grappled. You still can't leave, but you can be actively like.
Oh yeah. Like when you're engaged like that, there's all kinds of stuff you can do.
You know what I mean? Like I think that there needs to be more with that whole like environmental usage. But definitely. I like the idea of setting up the scenery, like he's talking about, you know, to fit the combat and everything. But yeah, definitely Cosmic. Write those up. That sounds interesting. I'm actually really interested to know what the non-combat rooms are too. I'm also interested. Is that per tower? Is every tower? Because I know every tower is 10 floors, but is every tower 8 and 2, or is that just the primary ones? Hisbor, hello, first-time chatter and follower. Thank you so much for the follow. How you doing? Let us know where you're from. I'm curious what time it is for you. It is almost 7:30 for us, which means we are almost ready to begin the showcase. I don't know if Inventurology is online, but
let me check.
I haven't seen him in chat, so if they're not going to show up, unfortunately, we're just going to have to start without him. But you know, sometimes he'll show up late, so
that's fair.
All right.
That's fair.
I don't currently see him in chat, but that's all right. He'll show up. It's cool.
All right.
Oh, one big tower and 15 floors. Oh, interesting. Oh, we have now a follower from Turkey. It is 5:22 in the morning. Wow. All right. Well, you beat you beat Hoylepa, our German follower. So that's awesome.
Nice.
Awesome.
Very
Wow.
nice.
We're getting so many random people. This is fantastic. I love it. Well, I hope you enjoyed today. We're doing a brand new type of episode. We're doing a showcase of a Goblin Encounter, and I think we're just about ready. I think we've wasted enough time letting Inventurology catch up. So hopefully he'll log in here soon. But yeah, this is going to be super interesting, guys. So with this, like I said earlier today, this particular one is going to fall outside of the normal homebrew review because there is just so much that we were given. I don't even know where to start, but luckily Kage wrote everything up for me, so we're going to be just fine.
All right, let's do this.
Right. Yeah, let's go. Okay, so let's go here. Did chat? Nope, everything's fine there. Everything's fine there. Bam, let's go. Feel free, ask away. Always feel free to ask questions in chat. Let's go. So today, kind of giving you guys another quick overview. So this one's going to be a little bit interesting because this is more than just an encounter. As you can already see here, we have the premise, we have history, we have a whole map that I've only seen snippets of. So it's going to be a huge map. We have 9 different NPCs,
possibly more. I think
possibly more. So each one of those is going to be a stat block. So again, we're not going to be reviewing each one individually and breaking down all of their stats and trying to balance out each one. We're just going to look at this from the point of view of how it's written. So if it says, hey, at this stage, you're going to encounter these 3 guys, we're going to read through their stats and be like, oh, as a player, this is how I feel about this encounter. Mm-hmm. And I'm not going to try and balance them. I'm just going to feel like, okay, if I'm this level, if I have this many people on my team, yeah, give or take. So that's kind of what we're going to do here. We're only going to approach it from the point of view of we're players, and we're kind of imagining that as we read this, we're playing through it. We're learning about this world, and I just kind of want to highlight what are my questions for Inventurology, or what would my questions be in a game. What are the highlights? What are the things that interest me? What are the things that don't interest me or push me away or feel inconsistent or incongruent?
Right.
Basically, again, pointing out the pros and the cons from a player point of view. That's all I'm doing. Not trying to rebalance it, just trying to point out how I would feel going
in that
this
situation. I feel that.
So let's see, we do have a question. So GMing since 2010 had over 2,000 players. Crazy amount of hours. Asked me to create 2 classes. So a friend asked me to create 2 classes that have no subclasses. Interesting. Later on, can you check those classes if you can have time? No rush. Okay. So you have like 2 classes. Yeah, man. So if you're interested in like submitting for review or anything, I don't know how, like, what's your time frame or anything. So typically we only do 1 review a week on Mondays. So I don't know if you have plenty of time. You could definitely submit those in the Discord. I don't know if he's already. I saw that he grabbed the link in chat, so I don't know if we've gotten him. But yeah, you can submit anything in the Discord.
Let me check.
And we'll try to get to it on our list, but we only typically do 1 a week on Mondays. So again, if you're looking for quick feedback, you can post it in a different channel, not for like submittal, but there is just open channels that you can chat to the community about.
And we can we usually respond in those channels if you
Yeah. So if you're just looking for some quick feedback, we can definitely do that in the Discord too. It just may not be on stream, but we'll definitely get to you if you have some hardcore questions, or if you just want to look for some balancing. Absolutely, we'd love to help you out and just give you some advice. Again, we're not pros. We don't we don't consider ourselves like better than anybody else, but we can just give you some advice on how we would approach it or what we might do with it. So yeah, definitely. I think you got the Discord link, but I will pop it in again. And yeah, just let us know.
He's
Appreciate
in.
it.
We just got him in.
Fantastic. Well, yeah, just so the channel that you might want to be looking for, if you're looking to submit, you'll want to go into the submissions channel. If you just want to chit chat in Discord, there is the Home Brewing channel in the community area, and then that one you can just submit it, and then everyone can talk about it. I'm not here for just showing my stuff. I don't want to look like oh no, that's okay. I mean, yeah, it's a kind of a new thing that we want to do, so we always want to let everybody know what's going on, and we always want more content. So it's great when we can get more stuff and more conversations going, because again, we really like getting new ideas and new imagination out there. So it's really big for us to be able to discuss these things, because again, we're not kind of give you an idea. We don't, when we do the reviews, it's not so much a you did this wrong, or we don't like this, or we think you could do better. It's more of a, here's what we really like and here's what I would do differently. But it's never more of a we don't think again, it's not a good or bad. It's more of a just a how much would likely to use it as is, if that makes more sense. But I guess it's also a good segue. If you do want to see any of our previous homebrew reviews and get an idea of it, you can always check out all of our VODs on YouTube, and I have that link in the chat as well. All right. So let us begin with the Goblin Encounter. That's what I'm calling it. It's enabled Goblin Clan on here, but it is also like an encounter and all of that. So thank you so much. I appreciate you. So let's go. So the Goblin Encounter. So we're going to start with the premise. So this is kind of a little bit of a background in the history. And again, this was this was submitted by our viewer Inventurology. The premise. One moment. About 3 years ago, I wanted to have a goblin-themed one-shot. So I built the following from the bottom up. This is Inventurology, by the way. Basically, we had finished the Sunless Citadel. They choose the Cobalt faction to friend with and drove the goblins out of the Citadel. Among the few surviving goblins, they escorted them out and relocated. Among the goblins was Iklik, who became the new leader. I think we'll pause and we will go through all of the characters later.
Okay.
Until they come up. We'll go through the history,
okay,
and then we'll look at the characters all at once.
That sounds good.
But Iklik will be the first one because they became the new leader of the goblins after the party had basically teamed up with the kobolds and kicked them out. So that's important to know, Iklik, from a player point of view, if we are the players, we drove out these goblins, and one of them remembers us driving them out, and he became the new leader. That's the premise that we're at, is as the party, we've driven them out, and one of them remembers.
Got you.
That's just how, again, that's just my
I'm here for it.
This is the mindset I'm going in as a player. So, the history. There was once a goblin named Kunrak. Like many goblins before him, he was born into a nasty lifestyle of a goblin, fighting for food, expendable, and always being and there always being some nasty trick by a rival goblin. This is why Kunrak left. Kunrak knew that his life would be miserable in this tribe, and a tribe of red-skin goblins, numbering over 100, led by hobgoblins who bullied their way into power. Kunrak, on his journey, encountered an adventuring group. Heroes, they called themselves. Quickly, after some talk and an invite to their camp to enjoy the evening's meal, Kunrak was initiated into their group. I think I'm going to pause on saying his name so often. It's just kind of like, it's so much for me to keep up saying that name, because it's like a pause in my brain. So I'm just going to just we're talking about Kunrak right now. So we're just going to,
you can say he,
everybody. Yeah.
That guy.
He traveled with them for over a year. And during this time, he learned he had sorceress magic. That's cool. So again, he's traveling with with this party. Maybe we're that party. We're not really sure. And he became part of that party and found out that he was a sorcerer. That's cool. He honed this magic, fought gnolls, lizard folk, and some twisted undead abominations. And that's when he came back to his tribe with his new friends. So he came back to the race that was came back to his town. They slaughtered most of the hobgoblins that had basically bullied their way to the top. So slaughtered the hobgoblins. So we didn't. Okay, interesting. So we came in with him, slaughtered the hobgoblins for him, so slaughtered all of the tyrannical rulers, and then the party left, and Kunrak was left to rule as the hero. So he left a tyrannical area, joined a group of adventurers. They brought them back, slaughtered the tyrants, and stayed behind to be
so does that mean Iklik is one of the goblins that got kicked out?
Let me see. So let's just peek, because if it's a hobgoblin, then probably small humanoid. Interesting.
I mean, I'm sure the hobgoblin crew had their goblin, minions or.
Yeah, interesting. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how all of that works out and see if in the history we see where Iklik comes from. But so far, Kunrak left, joined an adventuring group, came back, became a hero. So now, as the strongest in his tribe, he takes up the duties of the tribe appointed as kingship over them. He knew that many things would need to change, but some things remain the same, like the goblins fighting amongst themselves. And among the changes, he approached his brothers and tested them to see if they share his magic. Okay, so he went to his brothers to see if they shared any of the sorcery bloodline. He was successful in finding many. So a lot of the goblins that he was related to also had latent sorcery magic. He needed generals.
That's kind of dope.
So since he needed generals, he set up the equivalent of an IQ test for the goblins. I like that. Eventually finding that one goblin for the tribe had the talents to become a wizard named Grav. A goblin that had the knack for tinkering named Psalm, and a goblin who understood herbalism and alchemy quite well named Goose. Oh, I'm getting it now. So it's a goblin one-shot. So the history is that once upon a time, so we're the players, right? So imagine we're coming in and here's our session 0.
Okay.
So we were told once upon a time, this goblin clan, this entire goblin location, was ruled by these tyrannical hobgoblins.
Okay.
And this poor, wretched soul, Kunrak, had left, just gotten away from it all, and had traveled with these great adventurers, became a hero, learned magic, came back with these adventurers, slaughtered the evil tyrants.
Kunrak did all this.
And as the party left, Kunrak stayed behind to be the grateful leader. And then as he became the leader, he sought to find the best of his people. And here we are. session 0.
So the players
because
are...
if you read this, remember, he did the IQ test. He found a wizard. He found a tinkerer. He found a herbalist. I think this is the party. Like, it's a goblin one-shot, so I think the idea is Kunrak, he's the history, and he's the reason why the party is coming together.
I will say, in a moment, you will find all of those things as the generals.
Oh, so these are the
here.
enemies.
Potentially.
Interesting.
Potentially.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so again, just giving first reactions to how I'm trying to piece all of this together.
Yeah.
It's very fascinating, but I'm really liking this idea that, again, he left, he came back, and now he's finding the best of the best within everything. That's a cool idea. That's really dope. Okay, so he found herbalist, herbalist and alchemy, tinkerer, and a wizard. Gotcha. Excuse me one second. Love that mute button. So with their talents and some training, the entire tribe that he led, or the entire tribe Kunrat led them into a pilgrimage to ancient ruins that the lizard folk owned and claimed it as their kingdom. Okay, so he just walked in and just kicked the lizard folk out, whether they were there or not, but he just took over. So the current location of, so that's, I guess, the current location is this ancient ruin that used to be the lizard folk. So Kunrak knew that as a king, he would need to feed his people, and that the old ways of stealing from caravans and farm fields were not going to cut it in this new foreign land. Okay, so he's migrated them out. He knows that their old ways won't work. So he put his alchemist to work, and the alchemist learned of good growing conditions and some natural growth supplements, things, and added to the soil for some large growing mushrooms. Okay, so utilizing the new area, the alchemist was able to retrofit the land in order to grow stuff.
Okay.
To grow mushrooms.
That's kind of dope, actually.
Feed a good chunk of the tribe year-round. Okay, so they're able to feed. This alchemist made different concoctions from similar recipes to what he uses to grow the mushrooms, that he can create mutant goblins or mutations in goblins. Okay, so by utilizing what he's grown, he can also create mutations in goblins. That's interesting. They grow big and misshapen muscles, including extra ones. It has a toll on the brains of the goblins, causing them to become more manipulatable. And these monstrosities are tough by keepers who often... Is there cut off there? Is there supposed to be more? I think the sentence cut off there on the transition.
Let me check.
But it's sounding like so basically the alchemist, not only was he able to figure out a way to grow food in this new environment to feed his people, but he was able to use his alchemy to make modifications and mutations in goblins, basically kind of like bioengineer them to be brutes that were also more manipulatable, and those are essentially now the guards.
Yes, and we have stat blocks for those guys too.
Gotcha. Okay, so we have Kunrak, who was once a slave, left, traveled with an adventuring party, came back, became the leader, built his own essentially gaming party, which is now, the NPCs, built his own and moved them to this new location, which is where we're going to be on the map. And then he's not only found a way to feed them, but he's also found a way to mutate some of them in order to be the guards.
Yes.
So far, I'm intrigued, especially for a goblin one shot. This is a lot of the familiar without being mundane. It's all of the familiar tropes without it feeling cliche, if that makes more sense. So it's all of the same things. It's like, I don't feel like I'm not playing a goblin. So far, I'm like, okay, this feels goblin-y, but it's not just it's a goblin one shot.
It's not just
what you mean.
Yes.
This is legit. So it's like I'm already liking it because without it being too complex, it's already, again, what the word we always like is layered. It's not complex, but it's well thought out. It's well layered. I feel like there's probably so much more into this lore. So again, we're not trying to change it. We're not trying to advise how this lore would be better. But as a player, as someone in a session 0, getting all of this, getting ready to play. So, so now that I'm not these players, now that these aren't like the players, but now that I'm thinking, okay, so we're an adventuring party, we're going to come in and these are the people that we're dealing with. Like, this guy's their leader. He's pulled these top generals together. to run this place. Like, getting that in mind, I have questions, but they're good questions, right? Nothing seems out of place. Nothing seems like a, well, that, you know, that doesn't seem real, or that I don't know why they would do that. It's more like a, oh, interesting. So, like, how, because you know, my first question, I guess I would say, is, okay, he has these generals, but it also said specifically that he found multiple of his family that were sorcerers, that shared latent power. So he may have found a couple generals, but where are all them other magical users, and what are they doing, right? Is it just going to look like there's random people and all of a sudden it's just like, Hadouken, you're dead. Like, you know, fireball from across the room because that guy over there serving wine is actually one of his brothers, right? So, like, I have questions more so not on, like, questioning the build, but it's more like, oh, what else is there? Like, what else did you do? Because the generals, I get it. There's a step up. You're going to have some guards. You're going to have these generals, and then you're going to have the leader. But you've sprinkled in some other details that, like, what else? Like, you've said mutations, so I know that there's going to be big brutes. What other mutations? Like, that can't be the only mutation, right? Like, there's a surprise in there, right? Like, when is that going to come out? Because, you know, right? It's one of those things where it's like, you said there's mutations. This may be the most successful one. But that may, like, and then, you know, I have other questions too of, like, does that mean that there's, like, a place where they get rid of the rejects, or is there a place where they do it all, and then what else are you going to find? And, you know, like, that has so many ideas that you're mutating them. Again, the brothers with sorcery, latent sorcery power, where are they? What are their jobs? What are they doing in this town? Like, and then the lizard folk. Did you kick the lizard folk out, or is this just a lizard folk known location and you just said, hey, if they come back, it's ours now? You know what I mean? Like, how did that go over? Do you regularly get attacked by lizard folk here? Are they a problem? If we're the party, and if, again, we haven't gotten this far, I don't want to, like, go ahead yet, but if we're the party and the intent will eventually be to, like, go in here and have an encounter and actually, like, fight people, would it behoove us to leave first and go find some lizard folk?
Interesting.
You know what I'm saying?
Let me get a lizard folk posse to kind of.
I'm just saying, like, it gives
help
me.
You, I'll help you jump these goblins over here.
You know, I'm not saying it's the most creative or the most, like, mind blowing concepts, but it's well presented so far to give me the right questions, to give me the right intrigue, and to make me kind of go, okay.
It's fun.
So, again, as a session 0, if that was what I was first given. After those, like, those are the questions I wouldn't necessarily ask. It's just more of, those are the questions I want to play.
Those are the gears that are turning, yes.
The next actual question I would ask is, okay, so what does that mean for us? What party am I? Like, it definitely makes me go, okay, if that's the place I'm going, if
that's the what.
If that's the what and the where, who, I want to know the who now.
Yeah.
You know, am I a goblin? Am I the hobgoblins? Are we the lizard folk? Like, are we just random?
That would be very interesting.
Are we the original adventurers that Kunrak left, and then we come back to find out that he's evil now?
What's going on here?
Yeah, like, you know what I mean? I'm just like, this is what I'm saying. It's not like it's the most clever or even the most intriguing game setup I've heard of, but it ticks all of the right boxes where I'm just like,
it scratches all the right itches.
I'm not bored yet. In a session 0, I'm not bored yet. Oh, what's going on? We have okay, when there's mutation, I'm a suck. Oh yeah, mutations are always fun, especially if depending on how it goes. But I really hope that there's more going on in the background, even if it's not prevalent. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have to be like, we don't have to run into a super, you know, decked out version of the mutant or have super odd encounters. But, like, going into a room or just acknowledging that there are other types of mutations. You know what I mean? Like, just maybe there's a farmer, and instead of using what am I trying to say? Like a tool. Like, instead of using like a garden hoe or a rake, he's using his whole hand because his hand's been enlarged and stretched, and his hand's now a rake. He can't use it
That
like
would
a
be
weapon.
crazy.
You know, maybe it looks dead. Maybe it almost looks like he can only drag it and he can't lift it. So all he can do is drag it. But imagine just throwing those little things in where it's like, oh, we've been experimenting and all we can actually do is the brutes. But
we got some other weird things going on here.
Yeah, little signs.
That would be very interesting.
Let's see. So what else we got from chat? So probably brutes such as hobgoblins, but maybe with 4 arms, highness mana capability, or even wild magic. That would be scary.
That would be really cool.
Oh man, can you imagine if he
that does seem
took
fitting
one of his
too.
brother that had the sorcery powers did the mutations on them, and that it brought out wild magic. There you go. That's how.
We're gonna have to add that to our wild magic discussion too.
It is okay. That is a good point. It was the ruins of the lizard folk, so maybe it's more of it's like a holy site. So it may not be regularly populated or regularly visited, but that would be interesting if you could go in his setting, go find the local lizard folk and let them know it's being like encroached on. I wonder if that could help you. But that's a good point. He does mention in there that it's the ruins and not like an actual population. Lizard folk mutations are more like obsidian skinned lizard man.
That would be dope.
Oh man, that's another good point, right? So thank you, Hisbor. Thank you. Now the other question too is, again, when we're thinking more and more, did they only experiment on goblins? Or is there like a prison where there's other experiments on other creatures they've captured?
That would be pretty crazy.
Because Hisbor said something about lizard folk mutations, and I'm just like, would they have like captured lizard folk and mutated them?
Or even anything else?
That's what I'm saying. Like would they have done that? Would they have gone out of their way to like figure that out? That's interesting. Okay, so yeah. So this ticks all the boxes. I'm not seeing anything that stands out as this doesn't match Goblin, but it also doesn't make me go yawn. I've seen this 1,000 times. It's just one of those, okay, this is turning out to be I want to see this map. I want to see like, again, my biggest question, who am I? Who am I in this? Because if I'm a human versus another goblin versus if I'm part of the tribe, those are going to be so many different ways we're going to approach this, right? There's so many different ways that this map and these people are going to react to us that my next question just is like, who are we going to be in this whole thing?
Right.
Has crazy potential, but not overly confident. Exactly, too, right? And that's what we mean by it's like it's not complex, but it's nicely layered. It has just enough detail to be intriguing, but not so much detail that you feel like you're being inundated. Like I don't feel like I didn't catch the names of the generals, but I don't feel like I had to. They weren't complicated names, right? They weren't like Margot Delefoff of the Defender of the Beheadless, right? Like like it's just they're quick, easy names, which I'm sure once I've heard them a couple times, I'll pick it up. Kunrak, I already have that down. Like I already know he's the leader. I already know he has generals. Like I remember one's an alchemist. I think he had other ones that were specialties. But again, that's the kind of thing where it's like, I don't need to know 100% of the recallable specifics because think about like in the sense of a player.
Exactly.
When you're coming into this, you'd be like, okay, he has some generals. We don't know. I forget exactly what their specialties are, but we'll, like it's one of those things where just like the main hero, you're going to be confident eventually you'll get the info that you need. Goose, I still remember. Yeah. That's a crazy dude. Okay, so excellent. All right. So yeah, let's see. I just want to kind of get ahead real quick. So we have some information on the map, all of the rooms, and then we have the clan folk. So from what I understand, this is probably the best way to do this.
Depending on what you want to do, going over the clan folk first, especially because I didn't actually go over everything that you read. I just kind of organized it and sectioned it off. And
so let's move forward then, because the map is going to be great, but let's get more context. Because now that we've had Kunrak and now that we have all of these other guys, right? We have Solm, we have Grav, we have Goose. Let's actually go through the NPCs to get an idea of who's involved, and then we'll figure out how they apply to the map.
I wish I would have known that there were names in there because I would have tried to match up the names with the generals. The generals do not have names attached to them.
We'll have a fun game then. We'll see if we can match them up.
But you will get to see a little bit of specifics in there. So
yeah. So let's continue with the lore. So okay. So who we have? So clan activity. We'll go over this real quick. So thinking I might throw this at a group of 5th or 5 8th level adventurers. Hey, that's what we needed. That was my next question. Who are we? So we are a group. So now we can understand how we're going to approach this. We are a group of 5 8th level adventurers. Classic medium-sized dungeon crawl. It was an exercise to build my mini crafty goblin tricks, traps, and engineering. Okay, so this is a 5-person, 8th level. So this is a dungeon crawl. So we aren't goblins unless we wanted to be lore wise. We're not probably going to be anything. We're going to be intruders. Basically, we have to understand that we are intruders. This is not about diplomacy. This is not about role play. This is a dungeon crawl. We are coming in here. and either
Loot,
fucking
loot,
shit up
loot,
or getting her
loot,
shit fucked.
loot. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true.
like basically no one's. I mean, there might be lore reasons why we could walk in there and maybe for a time be like good, but I'm having a feeling that this is intended to get nasty. Right? Like the tricks, the traps. I have a feeling that this isn't one of those ones where you walk in and they're just like, oh, travelers in the dungeon in ruins. What? How you doing? Trade with us. No, it's going to be probably like, swords pulled. Like, what do you have on you? And how do you plan on walking out of here? That's kind of what I expect this to be.
Right.
Okay, so let's look at what we have here. So we have the generals. Oh, we lost the stat block. Okay, so we have the smith, the alchemist, a wizard, a tinkerer, and a broodmother. Interesting. That's way more than what we were given up above. So yeah, getting the names associated with those are going to be kind of hard. Then we have Goblin Clan guards, and then we have citizens. Okay, so let's go through the generals because we've already heard about those. So, broodmother, I love the word so much. Broodmother. Okay, so we understand that when Kunrak came back, he did the IQ test and he tried to find the best and brightest, and that became the generals. Mm-hmm. Not necessarily his brothers who had power, but specifically the best that passed it. So these are the best and brightest of his tribe. Again, we're just going to kind of go through these a little bit fast. We're not going to try to balance them too much. We're just going to look at these snapshot from the point of view of these are intended to be fought. So how do we feel about, because we don't know what order yet. Like maybe the map tells us, but we don't really know what groupings. So we're just going to kind of
yeah.
Snapshot.
You'll get kind of an idea when we start going over the map.
Okay, so the Broodmother general, small humanoid goblin, goblinoid, neutral evil. Let's see. So armor class 14 with padded armor makes sense. 93 hit points, doesn't feel out of range. 30 speed, pretty average stats. So, strength, dex, con, inst, wisd, and charisma is 10, 16, 14, 11, 8, and 12. So this one is basically dexterity and constitution is high. So with a 16 and 14 respectively, not a lot of strength going on. So let's see. So what else do we need here? So high in stealth skills. So we have a +7 in stealth. We have dark vision and passive perception of 9. Knows common and goblin. It is a challenge rating of 3. It does have an ability of nimble escape. The goblin broodmother can take the disengage or hide action as a bonus action on each of its turns. That's interesting. And actions. It has a multi-attack. The broodmother makes 2 dagger attacks. Dagger is a +5 to hit. Reach of 5. One target hit is a 1d4 +3 slashing damage. And the target makes a DC 11 Constitution saving throw or takes 2d4 poison damage. The poison is only enough for 1 hit's use. Interesting.
So one of the hits that actually hits will potentially do some damage if they fail their
in terms of the
saving throw.
multi-attack. So that's what they're saying. The poison is only enough for 1 of the multi-attacks.
Is it for one of the multi-attacks, or it says 1 hit's use, so it makes it sound like 1 hit and it's done for the whole fight. Like now,
if only 1 it's use. So maybe that's interesting. Yeah, because I would say that in my opinion that means that it can only be used in the multi-attack, because I would assume there's a bonus action that you can just re-poison it, right? I mean, why wouldn't the general literally have a satchel that they can just dip the dagger in and just now it's poison again? I would just say that because it's poisoned and I have multi-attack, if I attack you with the first one, regardless of if I get you with the poison, whether you save out or not, now the poison's gone.
Right.
Now the second hit doesn't have the poison attack because I've wiped it off.
Okay, that's fair.
That's how I read it.
That's fair.
It's interesting if you're saying
wording
that it would be a one-time only, but then that makes sense because then again, it's the whole thing of whether or not they would have to reapply it. But yeah, I'm about to start making comments about how to balance it. We're not going to get there. So, okay. So this one is basically 2 dagger attacks, has a +5 to hit, which is really interesting on a +5 to hit. I don't know where that really comes from, but it has a poison dagger.
The +5 should be proficiency bonus plus dexterity.
Oh, and dex is 2, or dex is 3, proficiency bonus would be 2. Okay,
yeah.
Gotcha. So okay, so that's the broodmother. This is I'm assuming I don't think this really falls in line with anything that was in this description. One goblet had talents to become a wizard, tinkering, herbalism, and alchemy. No, so that is just, this is just another one. I'm assuming that it's the this is just the most, in terms of like the test, it's probably, this was the most sneaky. This is just the one that can move around. Broodmother is really interesting. So again, from a character or from a player point of view, the only real thing that doesn't sit well with me is that Broodmother doesn't make any sense.
You're like, what?
Yeah, you say this is our Broodmother, and it's like, I can, and it's like, I can stab you too. It's like, that's it. So it's like, you're a rogue. Why are you called a Broodmother when you're just like why wouldn't you just be called like Nimblefoot or, you know, like the Shadow Step? Like Broodmother
Interesting.
makes me think of like,
no, I feel
Commander.
that.
I would think of a Psionicist that commands their, you know, people, or has like or the wizard that has like command word, you know,
right?
Or like, you know, or like a suggestion or something. Like Broodmother typically makes me think of whether like you have a hive mind or multiple people. I just think of like the controlling aspect, the one that everyone listens to. And really, what I'm seeing here is an enhanced rogue. It's just the ability to disengage and hide as a bonus action. That's good, but that's it.
I will say this, and not to spoil anything too much, but the majority of the stat blocks have that. I think that's for the most part. If you look at you mean that nimble escape, that's a standard goblin feat. So there's a few that don't, and you'll see why they don't. But
when you say Broodmother, a summoner type character pops out, and yeah, see, that's right.
I was thinking kind of like shaman or something like that.
That's what I'm saying. Is like when I think of Broodmother, you know, you think Brood, you think of like the group, right? So I automatically think if this is the Broodmother, this one is the highest of your generals, right? It's the Broodmother. It's the one that all the generals listen to. It's a summoner. Broodmother type of builds, I would feel. Is a type of enemies and hive mind and some, yeah. So it's like, I would think that they're in command.
Yeah.
They would have, I would just, yeah, I would, that's my, again, we're not going to say what it should have. We're going to get out of that. It's not Home Brew review. But as a player, if you're telling me this is Broodmother and I find out this is the stat block, I'm confused. Why is this a general? This doesn't stand out, and I don't feel like the name fits. So that's so far player response. Otherwise, it actually really makes me happy, because if this is the generals, let's go. Because I'm sorry, but if this is your generals, like, and again, I don't know how the other generals are, but if this is anything like them, I'll take all your generals and 5 of your best other soldiers and throw that at me first, and we'll see what we talk about. Because I'm just not scared. Like, 5 level 8 characters, it's going to be a slog. But 93 hit points? 14 armor class? Come on. We got this. Level 8 by now? We got this. What was that? By level 8, we'll have 2 feats? We'll have taken 2 feats by now?
Yes. You got in your second feat?
Bro, if we have someone with Sentinel, you're done. You're done. There's so many ways. I'm just saying, like, as a player, I'm not scared yet. I'm not scared.
Okay.
I feel like unused potential. We'll see. You know what I mean? Like this is a kind of a thing of a work in progress. So that's why we're just giving not suggestions on what we would build, but again, I don't want to say how I would build a Broodmother or how I would build a general, but as a player, when you say those things, I'm expecting this thing to call commands, summon more people, be the one that's just calling the shots, have some sort of magic that control. I'm just saying, like, I'm even expecting this thing to be like the one that's all the way in the back and everything's protecting it, but it's like, if you take that out, the generals go down or something. Like, you know what I mean? Just, I'm expecting it to be important. Oh, or even resurrect. Yeah. You know what I mean? Oh. I don't want to do this. But how funny it would be, you have it as a latent barbarian, and once 2 or more of the other generals go down, the Broodmother comes out and it's like, oh, babies! Okay, we're going on.
So dope.
So this is the Tinkerer. Okay, I believe we have a Tinkerer name. The Tinkerer is Solm. So now we have the Tinkerer. This is Solm. Armor class of 17 with studded leather armor and a Tinkerer backpack. 40 hit points with a speed of 30. So strength of 11, dex of 17, constitution of 12. Intelligence of 14, wisdom of 8, charisma of 8. So we have Some bonus to saving throws. We have an intelligence +4, skill, a stealth +7, which is the same from the last one. Same, also dark vision of 60 feet, passive perception of 9. Languages, a common and goblin. This one is considered a challenge rating of 4, which is interesting. The armor class is higher, but the hit points are way lower. So again, as a player, I'm seeing the variances, but I'm still not scared. Because yes, he's going to be harder to hit, but once I do, level 8, I should be doing at least 12 points of damage on average.
Yeah.
So he's down in like 4 hits. And that's just from one of the players. 3 people hit him, like that, 1 crit, and he's like down. So just kind of again, player perspective. I'm there's the nimble escape again, and then actions. We have a multi-attack. The Tinkerer can make 2 Tinkerer backpack attacks. Ooh, what is that? And 1 grenade attack. Holy, okay. In addition, it can activate the rockets in its backpack to move to a different location. This does not provoke opportunity of attacks, which I fucking fully agree with. If something just fucking like, the smoke and everything,
right?
I 100%. And you expect it to go to side, so even if you swing, it's going up. No, I 100% agree. Does not approach it or does not provoke opportunity attacks. So the Tinkerer backpack is.
I would ask, how far does it let you go?
It says to a different location. I would say that if your normal range is 30 feet, I would say double. I would say up to 60 feet. It's a goblin thing. It's probably kind of shitty. It's probably basically like a firework,
right?
Like a bunch of fireworks just strapped to itself. So like it probably just adds, like, I would just say an extra 30 feet. That seems fair. Again, we're not doing this, though. We're not supposed to do that.
I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't even ask that.
But okay, so the Tinkerer backpack is a melee weapon, +5 to hit, 1 target. It's a 2d6 +2 bludgeoning damage. So it's literally he's hitting them with their backpack. That has rockets in it. That makes sense. That totally makes sense. It's like hitting someone with their handbag with a brick in it. It's the queen. Okay, grenade. So the grenade is a ranged weapon attack. Range is 30-60. The grenade explodes on impact. 20-20. A 20 by 20 foot cube.
Oh, that's a pretty decent size. That's 4x4.
Yes, okay. I was trying to do the math in my head, and I'm like, why is my math not mathing? But I think it's because it was weighted. So it's a 4x4, DC 14, or the target takes 3d6 fire damage. So I'm assuming the DC is half on save?
Yeah, you take half damage on save, yeah.
So the grenade, yeah.
Or do...
Okay, So again, this one, the Tinkerer, I get it. Like, it fits. Like this one, I'm not confused about. But I'm sorry, as a player, I'm just now still like, there's still the earworm in the back of my head, just going, then what the fuck is the Broodmother? I'm sorry, it's just it just won't happen. That's interesting. That's really, really interesting, though. So this multi-attack is interesting. So 2 Tinker attacks and 1 goblin, not 2
and 1 grenade?
or 1 grenade.
So that's 3 attacks per turn.
And two.
I mean, it is a 4, and it's got low health, like you said. It's got low health.
Okay, so I'm changing my my tune. Like I'm not scared yet, but I saw the Broodmother and I'm like, we got this, and I'm just like, oh, we got this. We got this, right? We got this. And then the next guy walks out.
The Fire Wizard.
So the Fire Wizard is Grav. I think might be Grav. Okay, so armor class is 14.
You said Grav?
Grav or Grav. Grav. Think of like
Got
grovel.
Yeah.
Because they're goblins, so I think of Grav. Okay, so Grav, the Goblin Fire Wizard. We have an armor class of 14 with studded leather armor, hit points of 40, again, with speed of 30, strength of 10, dex of 14, constitution 12, intelligence of 16, wisdom of 9, charisma of 10. Okay, makes sense. So wisdom or intelligence is the highest, then it's dexterity. Skills, it has a +5 in Arcana. Senses are the same as before. Dark vision is 60 feet. Passive perception of 9. Languages are common in Goblin. Challenge rating of 4 again. Once again, we have Nimble Escape. The Goblin can take the disadvantage or hide action as a bonus action on any of its turns, or on each of its turns, excuse me. Spellcasting. The Goblin is a 3rd level spellcaster. The spellcasting ability is Wisdom. Spell save DC 15, +7 to hit with spell attacks. Okay, so it's a 3rd level spellcaster. The spellcasting ability is Wisdom. Spell save is a DC 15, has a +7 to hit with spell attacks. The Goblin has the following spells prepared: Cantrips, Poison Spray, Shocking Grasp, and Firebolt. 4 slots of 1st level spells: Fog Cloud, Shield, Magic Missile, and 2 slots of level 2 spell: Scorching Ray. Actions. This Goblin can do a multi-attack. The Goblin Fire Wizard can make 2 attacks with their 2 daggers. Actions. And the daggers are +4 to hit with a reach of 5. Target is hit with a 1d4 +2 slashing damage. On a hit, the target makes a Constitution saving throw DC 13 or takes 2d4 poison damage. And this one doesn't say that it's only good for one of the hits, but it's because it's on each dagger.
Oh, got you. Because that makes sense.
So again, that makes me think even more so that with the Broodmother, it is only one of the multi-attacks because she doesn't have 2 daggers.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay.
What the fuck is the Broodmother? I still don't understand.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so once again, with these so cantrips, Poison Spray, Shocking Grasp, Firebolt. Definitely don't want to get too close to this thing. Like usually you want to just get up close and wail on that on the wizard. This one's gonna make you run for your money. The Fog Cloud, I think, is interesting. I can't wait to see what the others can do, because they have dark vision, not infra, so they can't see through the Fog Cloud.
Mm-hmm.
So if any of the others are better ranged or anything, but the Fog Cloud mixed with the Tinkerer could be devastating. You Fog Cloud the party and then just chuck randomly grenades in there. You're fine. You're going to be fine. Shocking Grasp and Firebolt are definitely going to... Well, Shocking Grasp will keep you at bay. Poison Spray will keep you at bay. Firebolt is always a nice add-on. Shield and Magic Missile. I mean, Shield, if there's any one of the other generals that it needs to protect, Shield is just like absolutely perfect. Chef's kiss on that one. Magic Missile is always a bitch, and if it can cast it fucking 4 times at 3rd level.
Anytime you got an auto hit, that's...
And what's 5th edition? Is it how many bolts do you get? Is it per level or?
So you get 3 bolts on the 1st level, and then 1 more bolt for every level after.
Okay, so this would be 4 bolts 4 times, because 3rd level spellcaster.
Well, no. So they're casting it at 1st level. So that's how many spell slots. That's how many 1st level spell slots they have. So they can cast a 1st level version of Magic Missile 4 times.
Yeah.
And that would only give them 3 bolts each.
But still, I mean, 3 bolts each 4 times.
Gosh.
That's what I was trying to get. It's like,
yeah,
it's like that could be pretty bad. And then being able to do Scorching Ray. I don't know Scorching Ray off the top of my head.
So Scorching Ray is actually pretty crazy. So Scorching Ray, you fire 3 bolts of like these flaming bolts. Then you can actually choose different targets, just like Magic Missile, for each one of these flaming bolts.
Yeah,
and each of those bolts do 2d6 damage.
Yeah, so this is, I gotta say, for a wizard build, this is, again, it's not uber scary. It's not like, oh my god, what are you trying to TPK us? But like, this is a good wizard build. I've seen players who think that they're good at min-maxing, like, not do as good of a collection of this. Like, this is a amazing snapshot of a combat focused wizard. You know what I mean? Like, it has your defensive, it has your up close, it has your crowd control and your battlefield control. It has a little bit of your protection with your own team, and like it has a little bit of that, but you're not trying to lean into being a healer. And you have your ways of doing pretty good damage. So I agree with his board. The balancing does feel really nice. None of these are feeling scary by themselves. Like I said, if you were 1-by-1ing these, it'd be laughable. But I'm kind of thinking, imagining you're out there, you see the first general, and you're like, "Ha!" Second general came in, you're like, hey, "Yeah, we forgot this." This guy walks out, and you're like,
"Alrighty then."
This is it, right? Like at this point, 5 of us, 8th level, and these 3 have walked out. I'm now starting to hope that there's no more. like I'm not scared, but now I'm like, just that's it, right? Like, as a player, I'm like, we're done, right? This is all we got to deal with, so we're gonna keep on going. Now we have the Alchemist. The Alchemist is Goose. We got Goose.
Goose.
We're going with Goose. So Goose, the alchemist, is an armor class of 16 with just leather armor, but they do have a shield. That's interesting. An alchemist with a shield. I immediately, oh my god, my brain. This is again what Homebrew Review does to us, is because I just instantly, my brain just fires. I just instantly thought of an alchemist with a shield, right? So you know how like people will have like the exposed in their kitchens, they'll have the like wooden racks built for spices, like spice racks, just like wooden ones in their kitchen, just hanging up. So I'm just now imagining a shield where it's just a bunch of racks with vials of different alchemy things. So
on the inside,
it's like a regular shield, but then you can just go and then just throw it, or just
that
grab,
would be
like,
actually pretty dope.
It's just like little shelves inside.
I freaking love that.
All right, so armor class of 16, leather armor with a shield, hit points of 40 as last time, speed of 30. We have a strength of 9. We have a dexterity of 16, constitution 12, intelligence 16, wisdom 10, charisma 8. So we have a dexterity, intelligence with both 16. So dex and intelligence build. We have the +7 to stealth as always. Senses remain at dark vision 60. Passive perception is now a 10 instead of a 9. Languages are common in Goblin, and this is a challenge rating of 4. The abilities do include nimble escape, which again, the Goblin can take the disadvantage or hide action as a bonus action on each of its turns. Now, this one has quite the amount of attacks. Actions: it has a scimitar, melee weapon attack, +5 to hit, reach of 5, and it is a 1d6 +3 slashing damage. It also carries a short bow, ranged attack with a +5 to hit, range of 80 and 320, one target, 1d6 +3 piercing damage. It can also do Alchemist Fire. It's a ranged attack with a +5 to hit, a range of 20-40, 5-foot radius splash damage of 9 squares. So,
dang.
So basically a 3x3 because it's 5 feet. Hit 10, so it's a 4d4 plus 2 fire damage at the start of each of its turns. A creature can end its damage by using its action to make a DC 10 dexterity check to extinguish the flames. This only lasts 3 rounds before the fuel source is consumed. So you throw it. It is a 5-foot radius splash damage. Anything hit gets 4d4 plus 2 fire damage and is lit on fire. But if you're lit on fire, that is 4d4 plus 2 at the start of your turn for 3 rounds if you don't put it out.
Yes.
So that's like napalm. That's not just like that's like you just got hit with napalm.
That's scary.
Bee flail, melee weapon attack, one target, 2d4 plus 2, poison damage at the start of each of its turns. A creature can end its damage by using the action to make a DC 10 dexterity check to kill some of the bees. This only lasts 3 rounds before the bees disperse. So it's literally like a beehive on the end of a flail. And you just get slapped, and then the bees just stay at you.
Get the heck out of here.
I wish they were consistent with range writings, though. Sometimes they only go with feet. Sometimes they go with squares. Yeah. I'm not sure exactly. I think it's probably one of those things that I've run into before where this was built over time. So
right.
It's probably the mindset of one day they were all about the feet, and then later down the road they were building something and they were in the different mindset, so then it became squares. So it could just be,
that happens to be.
Yeah. But a bee flail, that's terrifying.
That's
terrifying. And then a stink bomb, ranged weapon, 20-40, one hit, one target. Hit is a DC 15 Constitution saving throw, or the target becomes poisoned for 1 minute. Poisoned for 1 minute. And the poison condition is what, like 1d4? Is it damage or is it just?
No, if it's the poison condition, it's.
You also have a bee phobia. Oh, that would be terrifying.
I would definitely have a bee phobia. What are we talking about? Poison.
Just the poison effect, because you are poisoned for 1 minute.
You have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
Fuck. So
minute.
My only instinct, like my only thing so far, is that the stink bomb is one thing too far, and it's not like it's an OP. I just feel like with everything else,
you don't need more.
It's just one more thing, and because this is the alchemist, whereas you already had the tinkerer, I'd be almost willing to say that like the stink bomb is the tinkerer's, but made by the alchemist. Like if you wanted to connect them lore.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
But it's just like the scimitar, the short bow, beautiful. Alchemist fire and bee flail. I mean, the flail is a kind of a little out of left field. I feel like it's a little weird, but once you get to the stink bomb, it's like, bro, you can do too much.
Yeah.
You have way too much action.
I would almost want to make them choose between the flail and the scimitar, just because, if you got 2 melee
1 minute, in
weapons.
5th edition, 1 minute is how many turns?
10.
10 turns.
10 turns, yeah.
Or 10 rounds. 10 rounds in one. Or
So because
because 1 minute is
it's supposed to be like from top to bottom initiative 10 times.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be a minute. So
That's
6
right.
seconds and 6 times 10, 60.
Yeah,
And that'll get
okay.
you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of poison. So yeah, it's like I will say the bee flail comes out of nowhere. I'm a little bit confused just how that kind of just gets thrown in there, because again, why an alchemist? Why does they have a bee flail? But I mean, why not the broodmother? Why not? Where did the broodmother come from, and what does she do? Well, give her the bee flail. That would make more sense. The broodmother.
Maybe it was meant for the broodmother, and they put it on the wrong
I also
stat
want
block.
this bee flail to be throwable to where wherever it lands, a 5-foot radius area becomes infected with bees, and then you also have the same effect. That would just be kind of funny.
Very nice.
Does the poison stack though? So that's interesting, because I think that's more of a lore-based question for a lot of DMs, in my opinion, because I don't think technically rules is written things like poison would stack. If you get poisoned,
How do you mean
someone
by
can't-
stack?
Like if you get poisoned like this, and you're poisoned for 1 minute, I can't come over and poison you again with this dagger. Normally rules is written, you can't. But in my opinion, it should be more lore based on, if I'm getting poisoned by bees and you come and stab me with a dagger, that's 2 different types of poisons.
Right.
Or easier rule is written, there's the poison effect, and then there's damaged poison.
Exactly.
Like poison
that
can do you
that
damage,
is...
and then there's the poisoned effect.
So there's the
and
poison.
those I think can stack.
The poisoned condition. You can be under the poisoned condition and take poison damage. That's totally fine.
Yeah.
But if you have the poisoned condition, getting poisoned again doesn't technically impose any further disadvantage.
And I don't agree that it would extend it, because let's say I was poisoned for 1 minute, and let's say you stab me with something that poisons me for 30 seconds. I'm now not poisoned for 1 minute and 30 seconds because your poison will wear off in 30 seconds, but I will still be under this poison for 30 more seconds.
Exactly.
I'm not going longer because...
Exactly.
I mean, you could, again, unless the DM does what we do and has physics and better understanding, and then the player can make the argument, wait, but if I can only process X number of poison, so technically would I not can remain poisoned because I can't process it out as quick, right? Because I can't process twice as much.
Because that's how much
So
is in
you
your
could
system. Blah, blah.
say that the only option is to extend how long you're poisoned, but stacking the disability, I don't think you can do.
Yeah.
But good questions for DMs out there. Like I love.
I do
questions
like that. Yeah.
So my only instinct right now, again, I'm still wondering what the broodmother's all about. But with this one as a player, when I come into this one seems just fine. I just feel like one of the attacks has to go. It's just a little too.
I
not,
hear that.
It's not even OP. It's not that it's like I feel like they're not going to unleash this. They don't even have multi attack. These are all, they're either going to short bow you, they're either going to use their scimitar.
Exactly.
They're either going to use the bee flail, which I don't know why you would have a bee flail and a scimitar. Like,
that's what I was saying.
Maybe that's a little bit weird. But my biggest thing is like between the short bow and the bee flail, that's one thing. But Alchemist Fire and Stink Bomb, it's like, that's where you're getting to where it's like you have a range attack and a short attack, but now you have a ranged AoE and then a ranged crowd control. That is so much for one character. Now, granted, it's all eggs in one basket situation, but it just feels like this character is doing a little bit too much, and it's breaking out of believability.
Why are you trying to do so much?
If you took away, again, even if you took away the scimitar, because I think that's a little bit weird. I don't know why. If you have the bee flail, why would you?
That's kind of what I was saying. I was like, I feel like the bee flail would be more creative. So
I would still just say,
unless
though,
you give it to the broodmother.
If you're gonna do if you're gonna do one melee and one ranged, pick one of the other abilities, the other ranged, and then let that go to another character. Again, take the bee flail and give it to the mother or the bird mother, or take the stink bomb, give that to the tinkerer, and keep the alchemist fire. But all of this together just as one again, it's not OP. I don't feel like this one's going to be like the hardest to kill.
It's not.
It's just a lot for one character to hold.
I feel like even as the DM, you're just not going to get as much out of that character you're not going to really be able to take advantage of all of those features before it's dead. Like, you're really not. Like, what's the HP on this thing?
40.
40? Yeah. Like you said, 2 rounds and that thing's down, and it's got to do barely 2 of those things.
So here's an interesting question about stacking. So what happens if you get stabbed with a dagger that has 15 different types of poisons? Does the poisonous stack or do different types of damage? So, or is it just poison and done? So here's how I think the rules is written. Look at it. If any of those poisons inflict the poison condition, you are now poisoned, and the poison condition is any additional poisoned conditions are null, unless you rule it just adds time. Those are all if you have 15 poisons and 10 of them give you the poison condition, you're just poisoned for however long you decide. You are poison condition. But if you have 5 other poisons that all do different types of damage, like they all do 1d4 damage, but they're all different poisons, I 100% believe you are going to make 5 different rolls for every poison in your system. Because just like anything else, if I get bit by a spider and then a snake comes by and bites me, my body's not going to be like, "Whoa, bud, I already got poison in me. You can't bite me again." My body's going to have to be affected by both.
I don't know. First of all, I just don't know what the logistics of just slapping a whole bunch of different poisons on a blade. Like how genuinely effective is it if me just am I just having like a poison soup where there's just like a whole bunch and I'm just
just saying. But I mean but the idea of like, let's say I poison your drink and as you drink it, I stab you and I give you a dart. Like if
I can understand.
Yeah, but I think the idea is as rules is written. If it does damage and it's technically different poisons, I would think rules as written allows the damage to stack.
Very much so.
If it's the poisoned condition, the rules as written, there's nothing that stacks. The only thing you could justify, I think, is the time frame. However, in High Point, specifically my setting, since you're new, whenever I refer to High Point's my setting. It's just the thing that I've built for what all my players game in. So High Point has different rule sets that I've built out. So rules as written, damage technically would stack if they're different. The poison condition, it's only a matter of time. But in High Point, yes, it would absolutely matter which poisons there were, how many actually went in your system. Each one would have its own effect. Because I don't just do generalizations. So if you had 15 different poisons and you were able to inject someone with 15, you would see something different. But at that point, 15 different would kill someone.
If you're seriously doing 15 different poisons, like if they're literally different poisons, then they should be different poisons, meaning they should do different things. They should have different effects.
Well, and in my opinion too, it's not, in High Point, you could just find a poison from this plant and then go to a different plant and make a poison out of it.
Yeah.
But for me, it's the whole thing of like, rules as written, you stack up all the different types of damage. For High Point, if you were able to successfully inject someone with 15 different types of poison, fuck making constitution saves. That motherfucker's dead. That's what I'm saying. Like, go get bit by 3 different poisonous or venomous spiders and then go get bitten by 3 different venomous snakes and tell me you're going to live. I'm just saying, like, you're going to go into shock. Your body's just going to give up. So I'm just saying, like, in High Point, yes, I would take into account what you did. And the difference also is in High Point, I would also take into what Kage said. Let's say you just have a dagger and you're like, dip, 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 dip. I wouldn't just take into account you have 15 different ones. I would start to calculate, okay, which ones are like what layers are what, and which ones are making different chemical. Like I would actually sit there and think,
I'm telling you, because like you could create some concoctions that well,
what's also funny is I would probably make some percentile rolls because a couple of them would probably cancel each other out. Because that's how shit works, right?
Exactly.
You can literally have these two,
like, you're talking about mixing fifth. There is so much more to consider than just how many saving throws you're doing. There's some danger zone mess going on out here, but no, for sure.
So yeah, and the idea of like historically, yeah, you can stack, and then the thing is too, it's like you stacking poisons, venoms, bacteria. The idea of like making it harder to treat because any festering wound that isn't festering by one thing, will definitely be harder to treat.
Because there's not one solution for it.
That's why I like doing that kind of stuff in High Point. Where if you're gonna go out of the way to be that creative, I'm gonna go out of my way to reward it instead of just using. Because again,
for sure,
why go out of your way to finely tune this weapon that you were able to dip multiple poisons in? Just to have your DM be like, okay, well, it's 5 different ones, so it's 5d4s. Like. What? That's boring.
Yeah.
And in reality, what are the 5 poisons you're using? What are they supposed to do to the body? How are you getting it into the person? Like, to me, it's so much more important about, what you're trying to accomplish than just what does the paper say. By the way, last Friday, kind of glad you weren't here. Like, it was a topic I've been wanting to talk about for a long time, but very interesting. I call it my most controversial topic to date. Only because it was like the first time it's the closest I've ever really gotten to taking a stance against
A hard
the
stance.
community. Like,
Interesting.
Like straight up, like, I'm not saying like you're doing it wrong, but basically I flat out was like, I have a problem with what the community does as a whole. Like I've done it before, but I don't do it anymore. But it was like, here's a problem that I see, and I straight up called it a plague on the community. And I'm like, it's the first time I've ever straight up said, like, here's a problem that I think is like, it's the first
That's
time
hard
I've
to
actually
address,
said,
but
like,
sometimes, man.
But it was, the topic was raw without lore. And the more appropriate would be raw, rules is written without context. But lore made more sense, not only because it's a better title, but it made more sense because it's not just context, but it's also specific to when you're utilizing it as a DM, your lore, your story matters, not just the context of it.
Yeah.
And one of like the biggest like things I went over on that episode was people who try to like, the min-maxers who try to find loopholes by the verbiage. Mm-hmm. And realizing that when you do that, you're only looking at these things as an island, and in reality, without context, without lore, you're ignoring the fact that these are spells that were written by someone else, by a mage. So it's like one of the, I think the one I said I won't go too far because we got to go back to this, but it was like there was like TikToks where they said it's like, well, I'm gonna kill you with create water because I'm gonna. I don't have to see anything, and your lungs are containers, so I'm going to fill your lungs with water, right? Like that idea. And people argue like, well, but your lungs are a container. I can call them a container. And so my whole argument about this is where we've diverged, is raw without lore. Is you're telling me that when the person finely tuned and specifically chose the words, the finger movements, the material, when the spell was crafted, do you think they took into account lungs? No, they were thinking bowls, tankards, vessels with the intent. Now, granted, we all understand the caster's intent can slightly change magic, right? You need its target. So it's like, yeah, the magic needs you in some small way. It needs you to target things. It needs your intent. But the idea to argue, well, I think of your lungs as a container. I'm like, oh, well, guess what? You see this cantrip of Dancing Lights? Well, I define cantrip as level 9. I define Dancing Lights as power word kill. These are just how I define words. So, and I intend to use this cantrip to kill you. So, cantrip Dancing Lights, but in my head and my definitions and my intent is power word kill at level 9. Am I wrong? Like, if you can cast water in a container that's anything you define as a container, then I can cast Dancing Lights, and Dancing Lights does whatever I define Dancing Lights as, which is power word kill. Like, that's where it breaks down. When you look at the fact that I have this spell and it says this word, it's like, and I use the idea like we do this in history, right? Well, these people, they said that they did this thing, and it's like, that word means that to you today. 5,000 years later. What did that word mean 5,000 years ago? You know what I mean? Like when people say they went to the Great Hall, we think of like a city hall, but it's like that Great Hall could have been a field. When they said that they worshipped spirits, they could have literally just been thanking the fact that things exist, or they literally could have imagined like actual, like physical creatures. I don't know. But the idea that when we read this and go, oh, it says this, therefore it means this. And it's like, but is that the context of the lore of the game? Did the person that created that spell in that lore? And that's where I felt was like, if DMs would take that stance of that doesn't make sense contextually and in the lore base, those arguments would be null. But when we approach the rules as islands, as I'm going to snippet this out
it has
and
to
redefine it, you're taking away the beauty of where and how it was created, by who it was created. And again, I'm not saying that you can't make magic better, but the idea is, don't tell me that you as level 2 learned this spell that's 5,000 years old, in the game, that every other wizard can cast, and somehow you cast it differently. That's a new spell.
I would even say, if you want to work on adjusting this spell,
that's my point. That's exactly my point, right? Is if you want to make a new spell, but you can't tell me the spell you learned, the spell that you were taught, the spell that has been passed down, because the whole point, like that spell has been fine-tuned to be reproducible. It has to be the exact same photocopy. Your spell has to be like my spell. We have to have the same outcome. Just because I think of a word that does differently doesn't mean I can redesign what someone created. And I think one of my best, I'm going to end it here, but I think one of the best things I said about how I approach like rules as written is things like that, especially when it comes to like spells and whatnot. But like when it comes to interpreting the rules as written, it's less of a recipe and more almost like a code, like computer code.
Right.
Where in a recipe, like again, if I have a piece of magic and it says I can do this, it's not like a recipe where I can slightly change and make it a little sweeter or make it a little spicier. It's like, no, that's a computer code. That spell you were given, it does exactly what it says, and if you change any piece about it, it fucking fails. Whereas if you're like a sorcerer or a druid, that's more like a recipe where you can dabble and do little things because you're adapting magic. Whereas if you're doing like scrolls,
like you said, when you're doing magic like that, it's way more specific, and when things get more specific, you have to have preciseness, and when your preciseness goes off, then everything falls apart. So, but I totally hear that. Yeah. I do hear that.
So it was a really fun episode. I didn't want to get like heated or anything, but there were some times where I was getting like animated just because I'm like, this is a problem. Like, you say you can do this, and it's like you're ignoring all of this fact of like you're basically acting like this thing just exists for you, like the magic knows better, or that this spell just, when the universe was created, this spell just happened to be there and waiting for someone, right? It's not, you ignore the fact that this spell was taught to you. You learned it. You're not controlling it. You're just reproducing what other people have figured out.
Right.
And I feel that's where it's like we need to take more control of that with lore, take more control of it with the in-game sense. So anyway, enough detours. Back to this. This so far the encounter's feeling fine. This is the only character that just feels a little bit overweighted. Right. It just feels like there's a little bit too much on this particular NPC. Moving on to the last NPC. What the fuck? Oh, well.
This is the one they said they lost their stat block.
We don't have the Goblin Smith stat block, so there you go.
So sadness, Everdeen.
Okay, so one by one as they come out, I'm feeling it. Like I'm starting to like sweat it, especially if all of them came out in one encounter. I'd probably be sweating that with 5/8 levels. I'd be like, whew, that's because we have no idea what the Goblin Smith is, but then anything else in that vein, it still makes me just scratch my head about the Broodmother. Maybe she meant to have the bee flail. Maybe that would make so much sense if she had the bee flail.
Right.
Makes perfect fucking sense. Because
it would balance it. It would balance both of them out, and he would have one less, and then
why does she only have one dagger then? Because the other one that has multi-attack has two daggers, and it's very specific that she only has one. It would make more sense that maybe it got lost in translation, that the Broodmother would have to have the bee, because then it would make sense, because she's like the queen bee. Like, it... Because it still bugs me. What is she called the Broodmother for? Unless... I just don't know.
I'm so sorry. Invent, you're going to have to jump on here and tell us about this Broodmother.
Yeah. And of course, so from chat, there's always going to be, like, exploiters and everything. Players fight with the DM, and that's the thing, is like, I feel like when players are fighting, we've talked about this a lot, where it's like that comes from entitlement, where players have an expectation and they're not accepting the fact that the DM has a narrative and the story, right? The DM is not the overlord of everything, because they are also part of the group. They are part of the player. They are one of the players, just as they just have a different role. But arguing, it's just one of those things where it's like, look, if you think, Kage and I have plenty of discussions, but if we don't think something should work a certain way, we'll present it. But it's like, at the end of the day, I don't know, like the whole concept of argument. It's like, if it's making you not have fun, leave the group. But if it's just being semantical, like, say your piece and then just let the DM decide what the narrative says. Because it's like, in the end of the day, it is up to the DM to make that decision. But it is okay for players not to put up a fight, but to at least express their point of view, right?
Very much so. Very much so.
I don't mind players pointing out to me, like, hey, I've read this rule before, or I'm reading it from the book. I don't mind people saying it reads different in the book, or, hey, do you mind explaining why you do it this way because the book says it different? I don't mind being challenged on why I do it different, but I don't agree with that's wrong.
Even I will bring up to you a lot of the times, I'm like, and to be honest, like, you and I specifically have gotten to the point where most of these interactions go like this. I will bring up something and I'll be like, hey, well, the book says X, Y, and Z. And you'll just say, I know. And that means there's a reason why it's not that way.
Yeah.
And if you're aware that there's a reason that it's not that way, then I'm fine with that. And
But
that's
you also,
really...
But you also know that there's been plenty of times where you've been like, the book says this, and I'm like, oh shit. Never mind. Back
Right.
up.
And,
Because
you know,
my
because
intent
you
was
meant
to go with the book.
Exactly.
And then there's other times where I've changed the ruling of the book for reasons, and we've gone plenty of times into those reasons.
For sure.
And that's where I'm totally fine being challenged. I'm totally fine. I don't like the idea of being corrected. It's more of, if you ask for clarification, don't correct me. Like, if
Very
you're
much
like,
so.
hey, I just want to know, I know that the book says something different. Are you meaning to go out of the book? Or, hey, I just want to know, this is what you said. This is what the book says. Can I understand? Is there a reason why there's a difference? Like, I'm okay with wanting to know why or if that change is
intentional. Yeah.
But the idea of that's wrong. The book says this.
Very
or
much
you're
so.
wrong because
Very
of the book.
much
Or
so.
no, here's how it works. Those are the things that piss me off, not because I don't want to be challenged. If I tell you guys, hey, by the way, this mechanic, these spells are from the book, and I misquote it, and you go, oh, that's incorrect. I'm like, oh, what does the book say? I understand. Yes, I preface this is going to be from the book, and if I miswrote, but just anywhere else, out of nowhere, being like, you're wrong, like that, you got to be tactful, right? You can always approach a DM and say, hey, I don't think that's how, or even just hey, I don't think that's how it is in the book. Just let it lead with that going, you know what, it probably isn't because I have my own reasons. That can kill the conversation. Or you're like, oh, maybe not. Can you want to check it for me? I'll continue, but let me know and I'll change it if it is, right? There's so many nicer ways to do it than just you're wrong or the DM being like, I don't care.
Very much so.
Because again, here on D&D discussions, we're all about consistency. Our biggest thing is stay consistent. Otherwise, you're going to make more and more of those problems. So, I really don't like fighting with the DMs. I don't mind challenging DMs, especially if they're being inconsistent. I don't mind pointing things out to them. But just be tactful. You have to understand that they work hard. A lot of them aren't going to be perfect. I always try to approach a DM with the whole thing of like, hey man, like I know because I know like what they're going through. It's like, hey, I don't want to be insulting. I just want to get clarification. And for me as a personal rule, if I'm a player and I have any sort of challenge or question for the DM, I always approach it from the viewpoint of clarification. I'm asking for clarification.
100%.
I'm not here to tell you that you're wrong or I think that you're wrong. I'm asking for clarification because the way I interpret something is different than how you're saying it. And I want to find out, is that difference correct? Or do we need to have a discussion on where we're missing things, right? But that's just me. I just always assume that there is a reason. I just don't know what that reason is. So instead of telling them they're wrong, I want them to explain to me, what's your reasoning for that? But yeah,
okay.
So far, I think Hasbor said it really well earlier. Nothing about those generals individually scare me, but depending on what combination or if you just get all of them, that's going to be a hell of a fight.
That could be crazy.
From a player point of view, 8th level, you're probably not walking away with more than 10% of your health. Like the majority of the team is going to be close to death on that one, but not necessarily not in a this didn't feel fair fight, and not in a oh my gosh we almost died. I just feel like that's going to be a good solid fight that a couple of you are going to lose a lot of life, but I feel like it's winnable. I feel like it would take a lot of shitty rolls and some really good crits to turn that into a one-sided fight either direction.
Right.
I don't think the players are going to steamroll it unless they get a bunch of good crits. And I really don't think that the DM's going to steamroll unless the players crit out their saves.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, or the players just don't understand ground control and just keep getting lit up.
Now, I have a feeling that these generals are going to come in combination with a lot of these guards that are up next.
Yeah. The Broodmother could put the souls of the deceased clan generals to tribute goblins. Tribute young goblins and make it religious later. Yeah, that would be interesting. Yeah, I really want more with the. I hope Ben will tell us more about what's going on with the Broodmother, because I really do want to figure out what's up with that. All right, so we just went over the goblins. So these are supposed to be the best of the best, the ones that passed the IQ test, the best of the best. Now we're getting into the guards. Now, going into this, okay. Oh, here we go. This is their sorcerer specializes. Okay, so these are the brothers. These are the brothers. Okay, so we have the brothers, the growth experiment. So those are the big mutations. We have warriors, hulkers. This is a goblin that works out a lot and uses a great sword. Okay, so not quite the mutation, just a beefier, actual like beefed up version. We have the archer, very basic archery, and then stronger than normal ranged goblins. Okay.
So here's the deal. I will say this. What I saw the most in preparing this was the stat blocks because I had to rearrange them.
Yeah.
The sharpshooter.
Not the archer, the sharpshooter.
The sharpshooter.
It's going to be the last. Should we just wait? Or should we?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we should. Yes, we should.
So the Goblin Apprentices. So this is the one where he took his brothers, found out which one had latent magical powers, and went into here.
Yes.
So these ones, armor class is going to be 14 with studded leather armor. Makes sense because they're not going to... Well, that's interesting, though, because does 5th edition have an issue with casting through armor? Because I know, like, 2nd edition, you can't be a wizard and wear metal. So,
no, there's nothing like
no
that. The only time there's any sort of restriction when it comes to metal is druids. Druids cannot wear metal armor.
I disagree with that. I 2nd edition.
I also disagree with that.
I loved 2nd edition's restriction on wizards and metal armor, and that's the first thing I thought of. I'm like, why is it wearing studded? But if 5th edition doesn't care about that, I missed that. That again, Hisbor. If I haven't mentioned that before, High Point is based. The foundation is primarily based in 2nd edition. I do pull various aspects from all of the editions because I believe that they're all they're not different. I think they're all just an evolution. They're all built upon themselves, but I don't look at them as
very much so
completely different. I look at them as something that you can mix and match. So that's kind of how High Point's built up. So yeah, if you hear me refer to a certain type of rule set that doesn't sound right, or if you notice that I constantly question what a fifth edition ruling is, it's mainly because although I do play a lot in 5th edition, my setting, my realm is all in primarily 2nd, so a lot of my rules are typically wrong when we try to talk like publicly.
Wrong.
Well, it's when we try to talk publicly to people, and I'm like, oh yeah, this such and such, and then he's just like, well, in 5th edition, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Brother, 2nd D&D, you won't hear that from me. That's okay. But yeah, if you just happen to hear me say like something like, if I talk about like proficiency points, that's not in 5th edition. So if I I don't do challenge ratings really. So yeah, just if you hear anything, just let me know. If you have any questions on any other terminology too, because again, it might just be from the edition that I play. Okay, so we have armor class of 14 with studded leather. Hit points are 36, so slightly. First thing that hits me as a player, why is this one only 4 hit points less than the generals? First thing that already hit me. Yeah, so we have a strength of 10, we have a dex of 14, constitution of 12, intelligence of 16, wisdom of 9, charisma of 10. So really, it's an intelligence and dexterity, heavy. Stealth of 7, we've seen the senses before, dark vision 60, passive perception of 9, common and goblin languages, challenge rating of 3. They all have nimble escape, so probably for the last time I'm going to say this, Goblin Apprentice can take the disengage or hide action as a bonus action on each of its turns. So that is nimble escape. Spellcasting, the Goblin Apprentice is a 3rd level spellcaster? We're not doing homebrew review, but I'm just saying, why is a general a 3rd level spellcaster if the next drop
the apprentice is also
if just any other goblin?
I mean, to be fair, they don't have as many spell slots, but I'll say so.
Which doesn't make any more sense. That makes even less sense.
Let me just look real quick, because I want to look when it comes to player wise.
Because I would have considered like if the general was only a 3rd level, I would have expected these sorcerers to be cantrip only.
Base. So no, I need table. So technically
level 2 slots.
Third level. You have cantrips, you have 4 first level, and you have 2 second level, and that's what we saw last time.
Yeah, this just doesn't have any second
level. So 4 first level by itself technically doesn't exist. A second level caster has 3 first level slots.
Should have just been that. It should. Again, we're not reviewing. It just.
But I
as
see
a
what
player response, if again, those generals felt pretty fair. Now it's that whole thing of, well, does that mean that these feel overpowered, or does that re-transition it to, well, then the generals feel less
exactly
powered? Now I don't know. I don't know how the balancing feels if I'm a player, because if the average guy is hitting just as hard except for two spells, because these are the same exact spells. These are the same spells. The cantrips, Poison Spray, Shocking Grasp, Firebolt, first level spells, Burning Hands, Fog Cloud, Shield, Magic Missile. I'm pretty sure.
Did the other one have Burning Hands? I think they did.
Poison Spray, Shocking Grasp, Firebolt, Fog Cloud, Shield, Magic Spray,
They don't
Scorching Ray.
They don't have Burning Hands for whatever reason.
Because they have Scorching Ray.
I mean, yes.
I'm now confused on whether or not I should fear the generals less or more. Like, are these guys overpowered or are the generals underpowered? I'm not exactly sure.
I mean, think about if you're an 8th level adventure. Now, remember, there's going to be a lot more of these apprentices running around. There's only one general.
Yeah, and that's my
point. There's only one general, and there's a bunch of these running around.
And these are the same power as the general, except for those two spells.
So, but if you're an 8th level running around in here, and there's a bunch of these running around, how do you feel about that by itself? Forget the generals for just a second. If there are a bunch of these apprentices running around, say there's like 12 of these guys.
That's pretty harsh. That's going to be a challenge. Unless they're spread out to where you only get one at a time.
Here's the thing. You might only have one or two of these at a time, but there'll be other small fighters and maybe one of the generals.
This is a lot. This is a lot. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's. I would have gone with the 3 first level spells and capped it there. Like, this is a lot. And they also have multi-attack. Yeah. So they have the spell casting. They have multi-attack, which is 2 dagger attacks at a 1d4. And they both
get the poison?
And both of them. Both of their daggers. They have 2 daggers and both of them have poison damage. So that's rough. That is rough. Okay, so that's just... That is the wizard or the sorcerers. So now we have Goblin Growth Experiment. So these are the main guards. These are like what I expect you, either the very first things you see, or these are the things that are like one step in. Like after you get through like the peasants, these are guarding the upper echelon, right? So you have an armor class of 15. Oh, large monstrosity.
Yeah, these guys are big boys.
So it's an armor class of 15. Sounds pretty good. Hit points of 136.
You see their alignment, chaotic stupid.
Chaotic stupid.
Oh, that's funny.
Hit points of 136, okay. At least we're getting like a beefy guy now.
Very much so.
So strength is 18, rightfully so. Dexterity of 10. I like that, actually. I like that they didn't try to make him nimble. Constitution of 16. Intelligence of 5. Wisdom 5. Charisma 5. Like all of that. That's all great.
Just completely trashed their mental stats.
It has intimidation of +0.
So technically they're trained in intimidation, but because their charisma is so low, they get a +0. What I would have
I'd give them a plus just for their size.
What I would have done is I would have shifted your base stat, because this is fairly common nowadays to shift your base stat for a skill depending on how you're using it. Because intimidation in this case wouldn't be charisma based, it'd be strength based.
Oh, yeah,
and so you
100%.
use your strength as your foundation and then add your proficiency bonus on top of it, and they'd probably get around a +6 for that. So they're actually getting some sort of...
Yeah, Hisbor agrees as well. Yeah, no, that 100% makes sense. Being able to do that would make that intimidation check so much nicer. For the senses, it also has dark vision of 60 feet and passive of 7. So it went down in passive perception. Nothing happened to its vision, though.
Mostly because your perception is going to be wisdom based, and their wisdom
-3.
tanked. Yeah.
Which is interesting. Oh, yeah, because the other ones were just a -1. Okay, gotcha. And then languages, it only understands Goblin, so that's kind of nice.
Yeah, that means it can't speak it, read it, or write it.
And you can't...
you can communicate.
You can't command it. Because only the goblins will.
Unless you somehow speak goblin as well,
So a challenge rating of 6. Okay, so far so good. I like that. So let's say abilities. Superior stupidity. The goblin growth experiment is a sad situation. A goblin has been forced to consume massive amounts of poisonous herbs. This produces growth, a non-natural muscle shaping as a new unnatural muscle growth. The toxicity takes a toll on the goblin's brain, causing the goblin to be stupid and manipulatable. You can compare the goblin growth experiment to a semi-trained bear that happens to be drunk, only understands some words in goblin, and cannot speak. The goblin cannot speak. The goblin also is immune to fear effects because he just doesn't understand. So it's just a
bet.
brute. Multi-attack. The goblin growth experiment makes 2 giant maul attacks. Giant's maul is a melee weapon. +7 to hit. Reach of 5. 1 target. 4d8 plus 4 bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage, but I still feel like there should be a little bit more when it comes to their abilities other than just smashing stuff.
I would expect a hand attack, like swing with a maul twice and then like a swipe attack with a hand or something, like just a giant like bludgeoning attack. Or like a ground smash or something.
An AoE, maybe something like that.
Yeah. I mean, other than that, though, I mean, it doesn't really need a whole lot, though. It is terrifying. Like, just going up against this thing it's just going to be a slog. Yeah, it's a bit naked build, I feel like. I mean, it could be, but again, when you're adding to other things, imagine you're fighting this thing and 2 of those sorcerers walk up. Instantly changes the game. You don't want this guy to have anything more. And if you really think about it, it is leaning into it. What else could it do? It's stupid.
Yeah.
It like he's like, again, layers of proper balancing where could this be better? Sure. But when you look at it in place of everything else in the setting with the context of what else could be there, who's making it and its intelligence and everything, it actually is great in its simplicity because it isn't meant to be anything. It's literally meant to just smash what
I think that's a very fair point. Very much so.
It's almost like saying a trebuchet needs to be able to have like spikes so you can't just run up and blast it, right? Like, why? The trebuchet has one job: to break down a wall. If you get close enough to kill it, like if you get close enough to break it, it probably did or did not do its job already.
Right.
You know what I mean? This thing, if you're getting through it, it didn't do its job. If it stopped you, it did its job. They don't need it to do anything else. Right. It's there to, if it moves, smash it. Did it keep moving? Then call us. You know what I mean? Like,
yep.
So I actually kind of, as much as I feel like if this were a homebrew review, I would want to put more into it. But with everything else, it actually falls right into, it needs to just be, like what his bonus said, just needs to be a naked build. It's a dumb brute.
And that's actually kind of fair when it comes to, differentiating. Like, if we were to look at this by itself, we'd probably rate it and view it very differently than we would in the entirety of this.
Like I said, if you're just fighting one, even 2 of these side by side, that's one encounter. You add just 1 or 2 of those other sorcerers to that fight, whole thing just instantly becomes a different campaign. Like,
and then the Tinkerer starts crawling his way out, and he's just like, grenade, fog cloud. Imagine he fog clouds his own dudes and doesn't even care and just starts grenading in there. All you guys, the dude, this chaotic, stupid dude, still smashing in there, dude, and he's getting hurt by the dang grenades. But
what if this guy has, like you said, adding something? What if he is so stupid that what if he had a reach of 10? Because he had the maul, so what if it was just, and he's so big, what if he has like a reach of 10? Mm-hmm. And if, he's just so stupid that when they make an attack, they just swing blindly. So let's say they have already a disadvantage. You could even just say they have a disadvantage when they swing. But it's designed to work in fog clouds. So they just fog cloud you near that guy. And then he just fucking swings in the fog, which gives you like a decreased AC. So maybe he no longer has disadvantage. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many just ways that you could play this into their stupidity, and I like what they did with this. So I will give them props for playing into the fact that because there's so much behind this creature, it doesn't need to be...
And actually, to be honest, if I'm thinking properly, if I can remember the actual size of Fog Cloud, a large monstrosity might have their head out of a fog cloud.
Yeah.
Like potentially.
Is it 10 by 10 by 10?
No, it's like, I feel like it's 20. Is it a 20-foot radius? Is it a sphere? I can't remember if it's a sphere or a cube. Let me look. But
yeah, so I'm like, again,
anyways, but no, sure
in context of everything, this falls right in. This doesn't feel, again, because I'm looking at it from the player point of view. If I was just fighting this, I feel like it was too easy. But in this context, in this setting as a player, coming across this thing is either the very first, brute outside the walls, or we're getting close to the inner walls and we're getting close to, the generals, and then this thing. It feels right. It feels like, okay, this is going to be a slog, but it's not the worst thing I'm going to fight today. It's just, this thing is here to take my time up. Right. If it doesn't kill me, it's just here to waste my time. And that's what it feels like. And I again, going against this, I wouldn't I wouldn't feel like it's an unfair fight. I feel like as long as it was placed correctly in the timeline of encounters, it would be exactly where it needs to be.
Yep, I can totally feel that.
All right, moving on to guards. Small humanoids. We have an armor class of 15 with studded leather armor. I would like to see a little bit change up in the armor. Mm-hmm. Would be kind of nice. Now, granted, it could be part of the lore, could be lower level, but bone armor. Give me some bone armor, man.
They probably got plenty of.
Leather. Give me some cloth armor. Give me a robe. Like, I'm just saying, like, all I'm getting is studded, and I think one person has leather armor.
I will say they probably were just using PHB stuff because a lot of the standard stuff.
I just just add like a bone armor, hide armor. Just even if it's whether or not it's a group of people to distinguish them, or just to throw a little bit of change out there, because you would really feel like they're not going to be that organized, especially because they're off of scraps.
Yeah.
So I would like to see a little bit of a disheveledness in their consistency and their continuity.
Okay.
But again, player point of view, just things that I'm looking at. So we have an armor class of 15. We have a hit points of 36. We have a speed of 30. Strength is 9. Dexterity is 16. Constitution 12. Intelligence 10. Wisdom 8. Charisma 8. Stealth skill is 7. Dark vision 60. Passive perception is 9. We have common and goblin, and this is a challenge rating of 2. So now we're going down. This is even easier than before.
Pretty basic.
But they still have 36 hit points. This is very interesting. I would like to see more of a range there as well. Nimble escape has once again. This also has multi-attack with 2 scimitar attacks. The scimitar has a +5 to hit, a 1d6 +3 slashing damage, and the target must take a DC 11 Constitution saving throw or take 2d4 poison damage. The poison is only enough for one of the hits. And again,
the one-handed weapon.
I imagine that it's a one weapon, 2 hits, therefore only one of the 2.
That consistency I'm very much here for. I'm glad that we're actually can tell 2-handed weapons. It's using it for each.
And I don't mind, even though I know that there would be people out there that would prefer this, I don't mind that he's not worried about adding a mechanic about how it's being reapplied. Like, he's not having to say, oh, they all take a bonus action.
Yeah.
It's just, dude, that's just how it is. They're going to reapply it. Maybe it's in their sheath. Maybe they have a cloth in their hand that every time they swing, they just do that. There's so many ways that you could just have it where they just have something in the handle that bleeds on, that every time they swing it, it just goes out on the blade. Whatever you want. Point being, I like that it's just implied you're always taking poison damage.
I like it.
This one doesn't feel very bad. It almost feels too easy. It's just.
It is, from what it looks like, the most basic of the most basic.
And yeah, it is just a guard. If this was literally just you got 5 of these to start the game with or start the encounter with, and you're to kind of give you that false sense of security. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And again, you want that too. At first, again, by themselves, you're like, this is boring. What am I doing? But again, if you're looking at, we don't know what order you approach these in, but in waves, right? You get these first, then you get the sorcerers, then you get the brutes, then you get the generals. In waves, you would expect to see a variety and expect to see difference in skill levels instead of everyone just being the best of the best. So I'm actually liking that this is a notch down from what we've seen so far. And it is just the basic Goblin Warrior. So what would you expect from this thing, right?
Fair.
I'm totally down with that one. Now, Goblin Guard. Oh, this is the Goblin Hulker. Gotcha. So the Goblin Hulker going to be a little bit different. This is the one that buffs itself out, not mutated, but just
working out, going to your gym bro.
Armor class of 14 with a chain shirt. Finally, we get something a little bit different.
Okay.
I kind of like the chain. The bro,
I bet money's a cutoff T-shirt.
I want it to be a cutoff T-shirt too.
Oh goodness.
Hit points of 55, so it's a D10. It's a 10d8 plus 10. Speed of 30. So we have a strength of 18. I think that's justified. Dexterity of 12. Constitution of 12. That's interesting. I am liking that they're heavy weighted. We have an intelligence of 8. Wisdom of 8. Charisma of 8. I'm liking this. Saving throw. Strength of 6. Strength plus 6. Skills. Athletics plus 6. And intimidation plus 1. I'm liking that. Dark vision and passive perception are the same. Common and goblin, and challenge rating of 3. They all have nimble escape. We have multi-attack. They make 2 greatsword attacks. So one thing I am starting to realize is everything has multi-attack, and that's also fucking rough. It's rough enough to have multiple enemies with multi-attack in a single encounter, but encounter after encounter after encounter, this is gonna be painful.
Did the warrior we just looked at have multi-attack?
Yeah, he has multi-attack with his scimitars. Multi-attack
Now, granted,
with the maul,
I will
multi-attack
say
with 2 daggers.
fighters at this point at level 8, I think would have 3 attacks per turn. So if any of the party members were a fighter, they would have 3 attacks per turn. Like monks would have multi-attack plus their so like there is, but again,
I'm just saying that, but from a player point of view,
you're not wrong.
Every character, everything I'm fighting has multi-attack. It's just
because usually the enemies will outnumber the players.
And now that I'm looking at this, my biggest concern now is I haven't seen the map yet, but now I'm starting to be concerned with how is this going to play out after encounters? How are we going to, like, if everything has multi-attack, we're going to be taking lots of damage. How are we going to be recovering that damage in between fights? If, depending on how big this place is, are we going to be able to short rest? Are we going to be able to long rest? Are we going to have enough supplies to heal? Because if I do 2 or 3 straight encounters with multi-attack, you got to believe one of us is making death saving throws. I'm just saying, like,
yeah,
there's just no way we're getting around making those death saving throws if they haven't, if they're just making that many attacks. I mean, multi-attack is just, again, it's like attacking with advantage. You're just basically making it
more opportunities for you to hit. Imagine multi-attack with advantage. I mean, shoot.
And so, yeah, so great swords. I like the change up in weapons. I like that the Hulker is a little bit different. This feels balanced between the regular guard. I do like, again, when you're looking at them and having a category and a mix, this one actually fits. And then the final one, the Goblin Archer. We have nothing on the Goblin Archer, but now
I'm guessing that's going to be like a fairly standard block.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's go with this. Okay. So let's talk about so far with all of these guys. Assuming that this is going to be a very standard block, the Archer is still just going to add such an annoying complexity because the one thing I'm noticing here is I don't want to say regardless, but for lack of a better word, regardless of how you mix and match these encounters, the way I'm like the way I would as a DM, the way I'm as a player, I'm anticipating these encounters to go. These are gonna be challenging, but these are gonna be these are starting to borderline in
deadly,
challenging, but not in a fun way. Like, think about this. Think about having, 2 or 3 guards, 1 Hulker, and an Archer. You know what I mean? All of them are doing multi-attack. You have an Archer you can't reach. You have a Hulker that's in your way. You add in one of those mutations and swap them out for the Hulker. Like once you start to put in any combinations with the multi-attacks and the fact that you have almost like half of them have ranged. And again, not even looking at the generals yet, but half of these guys have ranged attacks.
Yeah.
So it's like I'm just starting to realize that depending on how you put these together, these are going to be annoying, and that's what I'm saying. They're borderline not challenging, but these are going to be borderline annoying combat. So from a player point of view, there can be stressful combat, there can be challenging combat, but there's a fine line between annoying combat and challenging combat.
Fair.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's all going to depend on the balance or on the mixture, but and how you go through these, how often you're fighting, how you can rest in between them. But it's really borderlining on if you do this wrong, and it's very easy to mix these wrongs, you may have an issue.
So now we have the sharpshooter, though.
How many of them at once? Well, if we were just not looking at the generals, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5. If we were just having 1 of each, that would just be 5 of those. Even that, like having 5 of each would be a hell of a fight. Because having 1 Hulker take 1 growth experiment is basically taking your heavy hitters. You know what I mean? Now, granted, you could try to slow the Hulker and take out everybody else because the Hulker is just going to be a slog of HP. Mm-hmm. And if you have like what Hisbor is suggesting is if you had an encounter with all of these, right? The growth experiment's there to take your attention. The growth experiment is the distraction.
I mean, I feel like if you're smart, I might even be able to use the growth experiment to my advantage, especially if they're blind and stupid and they're just going to swing doing some AoE damage.
Or just stay on the other side of the Archer because, full cover. Mm-hmm. The enemy could basically be your full cover, right? So it's like, yeah, but if you look at it from that point of view, like if I'm a player and I see this is the loadout, I'm like, okay, good guy, he's a distraction. Everybody ignore him. Yes, he hits heavy. Ignore him and stay away. Because he is there to literally take all of our attention because everybody else, the pop shots. That Archer, he's just there to take pop shots. He needs to go out. Him and the Wizard, I would say, are the first. The Hulker is your distraction. The Wizard and the Archer are your two first targets that you want to get off the playing field.
Yeah.
They will literally ruin the entire game.
I would say your tank should at least engage with the Hulker so that the Hulker's not going after any of your high DPS.
Hulker or the Hulker, because no one cares about the Warrior. The Warrior doesn't hit hard enough, and everyone's going to stay away from the Growth Experiment. I would say that your Apprentice and your Archer have to go after them first. Maybe have your tank just make the Hulker and the Growth Experiment kind of distracted. Once those two are down, take out the Hulker, take out the Warrior, and then everybody can just mollywop the experiment.
Yep.
That's how I would think that it would work, but even then, it's just everything has multi-attack. Everything has multi-attack.
So scary, man.
And if you also notice, everything has the same movement. The Hulker, the experiment don't get slowed. They all have 30 movement speed.
Did the Growth Experiment have 30? That's crazy.
So it's like, you know what I mean? Like you have to be very cognizant.
I really want you
control.
to look at this sharpshooter.
All right, so now the sharpshooter. This is different than the Archer.
Yes.
So small humanoid, armor class of 17 with studded leather armor, hit points of 58, speed of 30.
Now, go ahead.
Strength of 11, dexterity of 20. Ooh, dexterity of 20. Constitution of 16. Interesting. So dex and con heavy with an intelligence of 14. So dex, con, and intelligence build with a wisdom of 12 and a charisma of 8. Wow, this is heavily stacked. We have a 20, a 16, a 14, a 12, and an 11. Stealth is plus 11. Okay, I'm starting to get the vibe there. Dark vision 60, passive perception 11, common and goblin, and it is a challenge rating of 5. We have nimble escape as its ability. Now let's get into its actions. Multi-attack. The goblin sharpshooter makes two double arrow attacks. So it has a scimitar because it needs something close range. I don't know why a scimitar would be your close range weapon though. But that is 1d6 plus 2 slashing damage. So short bow, double arrow. Ranged weapon, plus 8 to hit. Range is 80, 320. One target, hit with 8, so it's a 1d6 plus 5 piercing damage. This is a double arrow attack. So basically it shoots 2 arrows. And you can make a multi-attack. So basically you get 5 arrows, or 4 arrows. You get 4 arrows attacks. So this isn't the first time I've heard of this. Actually, I've played with somebody who built... in my DM's realm, he actually built a really amazing bow that it was like a crossbow, but I think I don't know how it was built because I never saw the schematic, but you know how it had to be built. But he figured out a way mathematically to construct. Now I don't think it would ever work in real life. I don't technically think it could be possible, but in the confines of the game, he mathematically figured out a way to make like a crossbow that when fired, it had like extra sets of
strings. Yeah.
So when you fired it like you fired the one bolt, but it also fired like an internal bolt that would fire in reverse and basically trigger all of the things to force feed a bolt back and reload itself. So you fired a crossbow, but part of the momentum that shot that triggered an internal mechanism to force a bolt back and reload itself. So it's like so I'm not like
interesting.
The idea of a crossbow being able to
reload itself
or be able to shoot twice is not very bad. Like if you could have it a little bit wider and then just change it to where you shoot 2 bolts down the line. You know, I mean, just like I could see 2 bolts working. I could see
2 bolts working.
A multi-attack with 2 bolts.
But see, this, I'm guessing this is almost like you split the arrow. You knock 2 arrows at the same time.
So in a crossbow, I'm just thinking like instead of just the one rail, it has 2 rails.
Yeah.
Down the center, and you're just firing both.
But so
I would almost say like I like the multi-attack with a crossbow and getting multiple targets. But this almost like,
are you talking about crossbow?
Well, isn't that what it is? It's a short bow.
This is a short bow. That's what I'm saying. You're knocking 2
I was thinking
arrows.
A crossbow, so I'm thinking like you're loading 2 in like a tray.
Yeah.
So knocking 2, I would say maybe either the double arrow or the multi-attack, but I think the multi-attack, because sharpshooter, that means you can hit multiple targets, which would be better. I think it'd be kind of cool to be able to hit multiple targets as a sharpshooter, right? Like
I think that would be very cool.
Tink. But yeah, like so 2 arrows. So basically, you're just getting double damage. All it is, but you're rolling multiple times, so you're really just rolling for 4 arrows.
Put put it this way: when you level up your cantrips, with what's the one the Eldritch Blast, right? As you get higher up in your levels, you basically get more streams, right? Which means you can hit different targets, right?
Yeah.
As far as I understand this, it says double arrow, so maybe you have to hit the same target.
I would say that, yeah, you're each fire. And I mean,
but regardless, like when you get to roll another D20 to see if you hit, when you get to roll twice, like you getting 4 attacks on this person. Number 1, this is a guard. Number 2, this is the only one that has a 20. Out of all of the others, this is the only one that has a 20 in their stats.
Yeah.
It is the highest AC at a 17.
And
out of all of the other ones, probably because
Hismore also mentions too, this is 32 piercing damage on average every turn at 320 feet.
Bro, this
thing,
thing,
you're dead. You're dead with this thing. 2 rounds.
Two of these guys in the shadows.
One of these guys in 2 rounds will take down any one of your characters.
That's what I'm saying. But imagine just having 2 of these guys anywhere hidden. And they got a +11 to their stealth, just out in the just.
Like if there's only one of them, I could see it. But no,
and
this
I'm
is
like this is not even a
lot.
general, bro.
No, I would say drop the double arrow or make it to where it's like you can either do double arrow attack on 1 target or multi-attack and hit 2 targets with an arrow each, right?
Right.
Like that would be the better thing because it's still devastating, but that's way better than 4 fucking arrows that take down your guys.
It's crazy.
Yeah, they'll generally have advantage since +11 stealth. Yeah, so +11 stealth. They're always going to have advantage on all 4 shots. Like no,
that's crazy.
It would have to be.
Crazy.
It would have to. And again, I don't want to do Homebrew review, but as a player, I don't know if I would accept that. I would accept.
I mean, well, I accept it or not, but like that. I'm dead. I bet.
Like I don't even need
R.I.P.
anything else.
New
Shit,
character.
why don't you just have that guy defend your entire village? Because that's it. That guy can defend your whole village.
Like, shoot.
Okay, so yeah, so these encounters, like, okay, so now that we've seen all of these things so far, so my biggest concern is that not only can this is just each individual is well balanced kind of to each other, but when you really look at the whole, this is very borderline going from challenging to annoying. It could be very easily going into that area. And now that we've looked at all the guards, I'm twice as confused on why the fuck those other ones are goblins or are generals.
Or generals.
Like I understand that it was an IQ test, but
and maybe that's all it was.
They don't even intelligence-wise, they don't stand out as different. They don't stand out as special. If I went through, you're thinking of this whole thing, right? If I went through 3 encounters with all of those guards, like let's say just 3 encounters with different mixtures of all of those guards, you could put me up against a fight with all of the generals, and I would be like, why are you guys following them? You guys could obviously, like, you know what I mean? Like 3 of those guard battles would just start to wear at me, and then you give me up against the generals, and I'd be like, what is this? And maybe that's the plan, right? Maybe it's one of those like psych outs where it's so hard to get there and then you realize they're pushovers because they're not. Like, it just feels that there's not a gap. There's no gap between the guards and the generals. It just feels, except for lore. And I'm not saying that's bad,
I get that.
But from a player point of view, I'm way more afraid of the guards.
Yeah.
I'm no longer afraid of the generals as a whole, except for the one general who just has a lot of battle economy. But the guards I'm more afraid of. And not in a good way.
Yeah.
And again, I don't mean to say that. I don't mean to harp on it and say that it's a bad, because we haven't even seen how an encounter would
there
be
are
built.
just the goblin citizens. There's 2 down there. Now, granted, they're just commoner stab blocks. You can actually look at them, but
yeah, it's just more of the whole thing of like, if I'm a player and I'm understanding what we're getting at, I'm just worried that this is going to be far too much of a, like, I don't feel like it's going to challenge me more than it is just going to be a, well, the dice are going to do with, like, we've all had those combats, right? Where it's like, there's combats where you're like, man, oh, if I do this and then if I do that, but there are other combats where you're just going to be like, oh, I didn't hit this time. And you
I'll let the calculator finish my game. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly. You might as well just hit the finish this game for me kind of thing, right? Might as well have an auto roller because you don't really feel like there is going to be a turn of the battle unless someone just starts critting, right?
Yeah.
And
It's like,
yes,
what's there left for me to do?
I
type
love it
deal.
when crits happen. I love it when they turn the tide of things. But what I don't love is when you need it to turn the tide of things. Like when nothing you can do, nothing you can think of, when there's no strategy, when it's just the dice roll, it really starts to take away from it's a game. Like it's a game of storytelling, and now it truly is just a game of chance. And sometimes it happens. There are just combats that will devolve into that, but this feels so close to being designed. Like again, I don't think Inventurology intended it that way, but the way that these powers and these these work together, it's so easy that it can be misbalanced for a combat.
It's exactly that. It's exactly what he said at the bottom there. It's like it's an exercise in trying to figure out how to balance things, how to put these traps together.
And it's a fantastic approach. I love what he's doing. It is just that whole, if you do these guard attacks, it should be more like, maybe 2 apprentices and a warrior. Or, like 1 apprentice and 2 warriors, or a hulker and an archer. Like, maybe you're going around town and you pick a fight with the wrong people. It's not like everyone's out to kill you and you're just going to get waves and waves of these. If these are just isolated groups that you encounter on a 2, maybe max 4 scale, for NPC scale, this would feel a lot better. But once you get to a 5-on-5, a 6-on-5, this is going to demolish you. That whole party is going to not have fun. And that's where I'm looking at it. If you give me 4 of these or less, I'm going to have fun with those encounters. If you give me 5 or 6 or 7, I'm going to start feeling like this is just a lot.
What if you go through the majority of this dungeon and it's nothing but 2s and 3s, and then at the end when you're coming together, it's more like 6?
Totally fine. It's the proper buildup. If you throw too much too quickly, it's just gonna drain your players. But yeah, that would be. Again, I'm not saying that any of this is bad. It's just it's very.
And this is exactly
and
to be honest, in talking with Invent beforehand about this is exactly kind of the talk he was hoping to bring up. It's like, I want to know, like, hey, how would somebody feel coming into this? Like, was this too much? Is this, you'll find in here later, he actually brings up talking about different level party and different combinations of like size and all that kind of stuff. So
particular ways to
that's kind of what he's looking for. It's like, how would you do this? How would you balance this? Would you give it to a higher level party? Would you bring down
honestly, for this? It's like, it's so well built that this could be almost approached by any level. I think this is one of those situations where the level of the party, if you're just taking this as a whole, the level of the party should dictate the level of aggression. The higher the level of the party, the more aggressive the overall environment can be, right? If you're a level 1 to 5 and you're throwing the party in here like this, I would say be more willing to do aggressive roleplay. Everyone really doesn't like you. They don't really want you here, but they're not pulling their weapons. But they really don't want you here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you could talk to people and they're just always insulting you. They're always like, get the hell out. Basically, like, you're always on the verge of a fight. You get to level 10 and basically you get hassled at the front gate. You know what I mean? Like, every now and again, someone's going to walk up to you and be like, hey, what are you doing here? Let me kick you out. You're level 15. Basically, you're intruding. They're treating you as an intruder. You're level 20 and the whole town should be after you. Like, that's how this feels. That's how it reads. When I'm looking at these stat blocks from the point of view of a player, I would run this through this. I would feel like if I'm low enough, this town should be aggressive, but not murderous. The higher the level I am with these particular enemies, 100% I would expect these guys to be way more aggressive. So I don't think it's part and partial the combinations, but it's also part and partial how are you going to go about throwing these encounters at them? Is it just literally going to be around every corner they're fighting?
Right.
Or is it going to be if you say the wrong thing here, it will be a fight? And that I'm fine with. I'm totally fine if you have the option to not have any of these fights.
And I will say, I do think in the next section we go over, there's a little bit of articulation to that point in there. So we'll get to some of that.
And Hisbor also has another good comment too. Players shouldn't feel like, bro, I suck. It does kind of feel that way, and it's like, it's one thing to feel challenged and be like, man, I can't think of this, but you don't want them to feel like
there's nothing I can do. Yeah.
But again, these ones can be close to being disheartening. He has a good point there. But again, it's all about the approach, right? It's also very easy to make these things a pushover.
Yeah.
Here's one warrior and one hulker. Like, that would be an easy fight. So it's just that whole thing of, it's not imbalanced. It's a very fine line between being difficult.
What you're going to look at. Yeah.
Maybe character classes are also high scale homebrew classes. Yeah. And it also depends. I mean, if you have some min-maxers, they can take a subclass and they'll just own this.
Oh, yeah.
So let's pop into the citizens real quick. We'll take a look at the citizens, and then we have maps. Then we have all the maps.
Yes.
So we're going to see there are 4 jesters that all use commoner stat block, and there are 36 commoners. Okay, so this is just him kind of filling in everything else.
Yes. So, like, as you run through here, you might see some commoners. You might see a jester or two. It does say that the commoners are unwilling to fight and participate in any sort of combat.
And that's good, because I hope that does mean that this isn't just wave after wave. I hope that it means that there's again, ways for the party to...
find creative solutions to
or tailor the encounters, right? If you know that you can go over here versus over to those guys, or if you know that if you piss these guys off, they're going to call those, the heavier ones. If you can tailor fit your encounters to where you know when to like pick your battles, that's I think what I would like to see from this.
I feel that.
So Goblin Jester. Goblin Jester's they did say this was the commoner stat block. So armor class of 10, hit points of 2, speed of 30, strength of 8, dexterity of 10, constitution of 8, intelligence of 8, wisdom of 7, charisma of 8. They have dark vision and passive perception like everybody else. They're a challenge rating of 0. They do carry clubs for a 1d4 bludgeoning damage. They also have slings for 1d4 bludgeoning damage. But the jesters are pretty much just commoners, so they might just... Almost sounds like the club and the sling are more for their act. Might be more role play based. They might you might feel them like hit you with stones like from the back or something, but probably not going to do any major damage.
To be fair, I included in the commoner stat block clubs and slings, but I'm assuming since they won't join into combat, they probably won't have them.
Oh, gotcha.
But just because the commoner stat block has club and sling, it was on there.
And then so the Goblin Commoner, same thing. Armor class 10, hit points of 2, dex 8. Or strength 8, dex 10, 8, 8, 7, 8. Yeah, so all the same thing as the Goblin Jester. So really, I think, maybe the Goblin Jester, that would be more for roleplay purposes. But, okay, so he just has the stat blocks just to kind of fill everything else out. So far, like I said, it's actually all looking really good. It's giving me all of the... It's ticking all of the marks to make me intrigued. I have some reservations, but so far nothing makes me not want to play it. As a player, I haven't been scared away. I just have some reservations on how it will be
I might want to get a little stronger. Give me a really fancy magic weapon if I'm going into this.
Yeah, but I'm not scared away. I'm not scared. All right,
I ain't scared.
Map time. Now we get to see where we are here. All right. Since I couldn't retrieve my old original map, I chose to build this similar one. It's an 80 by 80, so it houses a full goblin civilization. During daylight hours, hunters go out in shifts. Groups consist of 5 hunters each. 2 groups are out at any given time. There are 3 shifts. Each shift is 4 to 5 hours long unless there is early success. I hope this is something along the lines of, like, these are how he is, or how he's supposed to judge, like, the encounters. Like, you're getting close to the city, so you have, like, 1 in 3 chance of running into one of these groups, right?
I think that's kind of the vibe that I get from that description.
Yeah, and again, being able to, like, there's 3 shifts, they're 4 to 5 hours long. Maybe it's like if we want to sneak into the village, we can watch them and know when they're going to leave. Maybe we want to encounter them and take them out one by one. Like, I like that he's prefacing or prepping that you might be able to just do this in multiple different ways. The entrance is guarded by towers and 6 goblins in... So the entrance is guarded by towers and 6 goblins in hidden wicker hatches on the ground. Oh, okay, so like little dugout areas where they're like underneath. Okay, so 6 goblins, that's not terrible, but I mean, it is at the guard tower, so that kind of, would make sense. And there's only 5 hunters in there, so I don't know, maybe the hunting parties, that's a little borderline, a little bit high, maybe 3 or 4, to start out with, but...
Okay.
6 goblins at the towers.
There's people in the towers and there's 6 goblins in the wicker hatches, or is it mixed between the tower and the hatch is the total of the 6.
It just says that the entrance is guarded by towers, and that there are 6 goblins hidden in the wicker hatches in the ground. So there are 6 on the ground. I'm assuming there'll be like archers in the towers.
That's fair. Okay.
And then the ones that they pop out of also double as pit traps. And tunnels that lead into one of the common rooms. Okay, so they can use these to travel from common room,
and they pop out and shoot people, but then
other people can fall into them and they're pit traps. That's interesting.
Okay.
Okay. There are 18 rooms in the Goblin Cave. Each area has some goblins guarding in groups of 4 to 5. See, that's where I was worried. 4 to 5 everywhere sounds like this is going to be a hell of... And especially because most players are completionists when it comes to maps. They want to explore everything.
Yup. You never know where there's going to be loot, man.
This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt. I would like to see that as more often 2 or 3 with maybe 1 or 2 4 or 5s. I'd like to see the hunting group go down a little bit. I feel as a player, the 6 goblins at the tower make perfect sense. If you're going to take the tower on head on, you're going to get fucked. Like you should just have a slog. But if you can sneak in through one of those pits or whatever, 4 to 5 every room, with 18 rooms, and multi attack in each room, like, bro, where are you sleeping? Where are you getting your short rests from? There's a 30-foot chasm that separates the front quarter of the map. Okay. And here are the 18 rooms. 100% 2 to 3 most of the time. Maybe some surprise parties with 4 to 5, but really rare. Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking. Like, as you get closer to the treasure room, maybe in the treasure room there's 4 to 5. Maybe in the throne room there's 4 to 5.
Yeah.
Everywhere else 2 to 3. You know what I mean? You see 2 advisors. You see 3 guys eating food. Like it makes sense honestly, to group in those, but 4 to 5 is just a lot.
And this is just something for me because I would love to be able to do like a full dungeon dive like this and be able to do like a bunch of combats, but again, not feel like I have to literally spend days, i.e. long resting in here. So if you could do something to the effect of like giving them like recovery items in some of these rooms so they don't actually have to sit here, they're able to have defeated a whole bunch of stuff so they earned some of their HP, some of their recovery, some of their spell slots back, and then they can keep on fighting throughout. I think that might enable them to get through something like this as is.
So I'm just going to open all of these up, have these ready to go, and we're just going to go through these. I don't know what we're really going to...
Do you want to take a look at the map so we can kind of bounce back and forth?
I have the map open first. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So from a DM's perspective, it's about a 10 battle dungeon. Yeah, 10 battles at 4 to 5 each. How are you justifying resi or like reviving?
Yes,
and resting. That's a lot. I would say that 10 battles, like up to 10 battles, is one thing, especially if it's a huge ass dungeon. But 10 battles, it's like some of them definitely should be optional, like 100% optional, and they should be obviously optional. Like you're coming down a hallway and you can continue going down, or you can look left. And if you look left, it's like the galley where they just eat, and there's like 7 people in there, but no one's looking down at you. The door's like only slightly cracked open, so they don't know. They're all having fun getting drunk. So obviously the DM is basically saying you can walk right past this door where they're loud and drunk and do not hear or see you walking past this door, or you can walk into the room with 7 guards that are drunk and ready and being rowdy,
and
or
you can see if you can
continue down. Like I would be down with that, and then you could say, hey, there's 10 combats. But if you're expecting them to go through 10 combats at 4 to 5 people each,
right?
Oh man, that's a lot. That's just that. I mean, I know this is a one shot. I know it's a one shot, but even 10 battles in a one shot's a lot.
Right.
Like, usually in one shots, I expect 2 or 3. I expect an intro battle, a storyline progression battle, and the BBEG battle.
Mm-hmm.
You can add in 1 or 2 more for progressive, like progressive encounters, progressing the story, or just throwing things in like, oh, you guys went foraging, so you got attacked by a wolf. Like, it's always fun to add in more, but main like one shots need 3. You need an intro battle, and I don't mean intro as in you start the campaign with a battle, but you need to spice up the story, right? You can't just have an hour, 3 hours of story and then one giant battle. You got to get a battle in early, whether it's right after session 0, whether it's how you start the game, but game session 1 has to have a battle. There has to be a mini battle just to get everybody warmed up, get everybody on board with their characters and how they're going to act in battle. Then you need one, in my opinion, that pushes the story. Whether it's your first meeting with the BBEG and he gets away, whether it's meeting one of his right-hand men and getting some information, whether it's chasing down a lead, whether it's someone ambushing you to stop you doing your task, there needs to be something that pushes, like, it's that whole thing of rekindling, right? You have the intro battle that just kind of whets the taste buds, whets the palate. Then you need some battle to rekindle the whole purpose, right? Because you've had story, you've had lore, you've had all this stuff that your players are doing, but you need a battle that reinforces what the whole point is, right? You need that rekindling of the flame. And then it leads to the final battle. Anything in between there is fine, but if you're expecting them to have all, like, if you're expecting there to be, like, I'm needing you to do all these battles, depending on how long your one shot is, and by one shot I mean, story.
Yeah.
Right? It could be multiple gaming sessions, could be one gaming session, but in my opinion, a one shot is probably good capped at 6 encounters. You have your intro, your progressionary, your rekindle, and then your BBEG, and that still leaves you 3 additionals. Could be
just sprinkling on the inside somewhere.
But I really feel like after 6, anything beyond that needs to be 100% optional for the players. Anything after 6 should not be
I feel like they can
scripted.
They can push your one shot like pretty heavy. Even, I guess, like you said, even if you do spread it over across a couple of sessions, like more than 6 encounters, like it starts to feel like way more than a one shot.
Exactly.
It really does.
And that's just
and no matter what the type of the encounters are, whether they're RP encounters or combat encounters, it just. Yeah.
Yep. Hoilepa, how's it going? Greetings all the way to Germany. I hope you are having a great day.
Wonderful.
All right. So let's read up these little notes real quick. So from the DM's perspective, this is about 10 metal dungeon. Goblin composition of each fight would depend on the level of the party. So at least he has that note there. I had some planned things with the pillars and an ambush of basic goblins that had retreated into adjoining rooms. When I built this, I was considering it to be 4 6th level players or 4 7th level players. I imagined it would take 2 to 3 sessions to reach the furthest point of the tunnels into the throne room. Interesting. So didn't earlier he say it was 4?
And that's true. So again, a lot of what I've compiled here has been stuff that Invent has posted over a lot of different periods of time. So, and again, I think a lot of what Invent's intention was is down there at the very, very bottom. But basically what the intention was is he was trying to build this over time. And there might have been points where he was thinking about level 7 players and there being 4 of them. There might be points that he was trying to build for a level 8 party or whatever. So
he's been playing around with how big this party
that's
will
what
be.
That's what I'm getting from it.
I'm automatically going to say here, I don't care what level you're at, 4 players at a below 10th level, this is not going to be fun.
It's going to hurt.
Like only 4 players, like 5 8th level players was the lowest level and number of players I was willing to go for. At below 10th level, like 4 15s would have a lot of fun in this. 4 15 level players would have a shit ton of fun in this. But 4 sub 10s would hate it. I feel like this entire thing would just not be fun. You know what I mean? It would be
interesting.
There'd be too many times where they just wouldn't feel like either they earned it or it just wasn't fair. Just in my opinion. But I'm glad that he's thinking about how he wants to go about that. It's never too late for stream as long as you showed up. We do appreciate you showing up and keeping us company. So it's never too late. Okay, so let's look at this map here. So we have... There. That shows everything, right? Almost. No, it cuts off. Okay, we'll just leave it there. So this is interesting. I can't really see a whole lot.
You should be able to zoom in a little bit and like move it around some.
Okay, here we go.
Hopefully.
So we have up here, starting up here. So we have a spider farm. We have blacksmith and tinkering tools over here. We have a mushroom farm up here. Okay, so there's the mushroom farm. We have a ranger. It's so hard to see this. I wonder if okay, maybe I just need to download it. And maybe if I open it up no? Let's see if I... One sec, chat.
To answer your guys' questions, yes, it is a dungeon, and yes, it is basically a custom one-shot. It's an entire environment. So this map that Vortex is working on right now is where an entire community of goblins lives and exists. And basically there are a lot of... there are some adventurers that are planning on coming through this... whole place. They're going to explore it. They're going to clear it out. They're going to... in fact, I'm not 100% sure why the adventurers are coming down here, unless it's just to clear out the goblins because they've infested this area. In the original lore we talked about earlier, they had taken over these old ruins from the lizard folk that used to be down here. So it's definitely interesting.
Okay, so now I've never gotten like some lay of the land here. So yeah, so this is super fascinating. Can you go away? Would you go away? I want this thing to go away. So yeah, this is really fascinating, like how it is built out. I'm not really sure. I didn't really find I'm assuming this is the entrance. So they come through here. You have some waterways in the very beginning. You have your outpost. You have this Fisher Bridge, which is really cool. So that's obviously two different bridges that you can go through. It looks like they have an outpost here. They have a spider den up here. But these, I wonder if these are those tunnels, like all in between here. I wonder if these are those tunnels that go up to the pits that he was talking about.
Oh, okay.
So I think these are just those hidden tunnels. The main area in the middle here is where like they gather. This is like, tables, chairs. This is kind of just their main gathering hall.
Okay.
Up here, you had... I wish all that stuff would stop showing up. What is this? Oh, so you have the alchemist area up at the top right. Below that, you have the broodmother's den. That leads across another bridge to the main throne room. And then this is where like all the magic...
So that black thing is that giant... crevice that he was talking
right
about
here
separates the 2/3 of the map.
Yeah, this is that giant. Both of these are just one giant crevice, and he has three. It looks like 3 bridges that cross it.
Okay.
And this is where it's all gonna all of this is gonna be the showdown spot, all at the bottom.
Okay. Cool. Is that where? Because there was the point, and this was where I was kind of confused when I was building it, because I didn't actually take too close a look at the map, or because I wanted to kind of go through this together. But where the what is it? The king lord, the fire
down
lord
here
thing.
This is the king's throne room.
Okay.
There's a secret passage back here. There's the training area, the king's fortress, and then magical ruins down here.
Interesting. Okay, bet.
And then this is the fallback point to protect the bridge. So I'm assuming he has this here. So if you're fighting your way through here, you get all the way up here. And then they'll fall back and then regroup in this area and probably like expect to fight you. Like this part.
Interesting. So if you notice, all of those points are actually the numbers in there too. So we'll actually talk about the fallback point when we go through all the different rooms and everything.
Awesome.
So
and good point from his board too is adding in that there's a secret passage here. Being able to like know about that, use water breathing or be a good diver, being able to get into the throne room secretly.
Right.
That could be kind of cool. There's also this one over here. We don't know where that water comes from.
Oh, that's fair.
So what if you could time it to where you go through this whole thing, and then when you enter the throne room, right when they think like, oh, you've come here just to do our trap, be like, no, it's our trap, and then you do a signal, and then through this area down here,
a whole bunch of people,
the lizard folk come in,
dude,
like they just start swarming
sick.
their
would
own
be so
throne room.
dope.
They're like, no, we're taking it back.
Taking it back.
And then like you're coming across the bridge, and then they're coming in through here.
That would be crazy, bro.
Oh, that would be such a good thing. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So I it's not a bad overall map. I really wish this thing would stop popping up.
I know.
But
we got to find better viewers for that, but
yeah. No,
make it work.
Definitely a good map overall. It's simple. It's straightforward. It's not overly complicated. It's not. He doesn't throw a lot of detail into it in terms of it is exactly what you need it to be.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Not
you know
a lot
where
of extra
everything
detail.
is, you know where to go through. You can fill in the detail as you play through it, but as a map, it does everything it needs to, and I don't feel like I don't feel lost, and I don't feel like I'm confused.
Yeah.
It's just literally like, okay, cool, let's rock and roll on this. Okay, excellent. So that was our main map. So this is main map. So this is the hallway. Okay, so these are going to be, so the hallway. So the first hallway from the entrance, the only thing here of note is a DC 15 perception check. The Let's Players know how many goblins have crossed these puddles. May have left players know if a hunting party has come back recently. Oh, okay. So as you're walking in right here. So he's talking about right here. You're walking in, you come into the tunnel, and then you can check if there's any footprints from all of this waterway.
Yeah.
If a recent party has come back or left. So you can know if you've timed it right. Hey, that's cool. I like that. That's kind of one of those notes that not a lot of DMs make when they make their tables. They usually make like, trap triggers, encounter triggers, but something like that, like an informational trigger, that's awesome. I like that they added that detail.
Very cool.
All right, moving on to Armory and Outpost. So Armory and Outpost, we're going to be crossing the bridge. There's the outpost. So the outpost here, and then the armory is up in here. So after you've crossed the chasm.
Okay.
There are weapon racks with a large amount of javelins and a few barrels. 4 goblins, 2 goblin warriors, and 2 goblins? Is that just...
Maybe the mutated goblins?
Oh, interesting. Are on break around a fire munching on food. These 4... If they hear the fight outside, 3 will go. Oh, so again, this is kind of nice. I'm liking that he's adding the what happens. So if you trigger enough audible for a previous fight, 3 of these guys will run out.
Got it.
If they've heard a fight. Otherwise, they all just stay in. But 3 of them will go out to aid the goblins outside, and 1 of the goblins will run to O4, the bridge outpost room, using the Northwest Mini Tunnel. In the bridge outpost, the goblins in that room need 3 turns to calm down the messenger goblin. Then they set up on their side of the bridge with ranged weapons.
Goblin?
I say 3 rounds because I want the players to have a chance if they're alerted. If they alert the goblins but are quick with their turns and can get across the bridge to avoid possible bridge collapse. So he's talking about basically if you come through here and in the armory area, if you make any sort of like noise in this area, I think what he's saying is 3 guys from over here will cross the bridge and come after you, and then other guys will set up with ranged weapons over here.
Interesting.
Because we'll run to O4, which is, O4.
O4 is the
03.
bridge outpost.
Oh, over here, this bridge outpost. So, yeah. Okay, so there's 4 guys up here. They might come down here. That's interesting. But I like how he's he's
going through like the plan. Like
if they're triggered, they'll go here, but not all of them. He's not just doing the whole thing where everyone just reacts and knows where you are. They all have plans. 3 will go out, 1 will go over here, and then after 3 rounds, he will call more. Then they will set up like this. So he's really thought through like the timing, it's very nice to see. Because a lot of DMs just try to wing it. They're like, okay, well, if it goes on too long, 3 more guards will come.
Right.
But it's like, what's the trigger? I like that he's thinking like, hey, it's going to take them this long to move over here. It's going to take them this long to do the trigger. If they can get across the bridge in time, I'm letting them have that. Like, I'm really liking the thought that he's put into this. All right. And now we have the water tunnel. There's a water tunnel that leads to the back of the king structure. That was what his board pointed out. Takes a DC 25 perception check to see it.
I think you might be zoomed in a little tight on the stream.
Yeah, on these ones I am. It is only noticeable if someone brings light above the water, the stone is darker underwater, and the tunnel just looks somewhat shaded. Okay, cool. So again, just writing in that there is a secret passage, you might be able to find it. And that passage is down in here.
Yeah.
Bridge and Fisher, room 3, so that's this guy right here. The bridge is designed in a way that if the goblins wanted to, they could with 2 cut pieces of rope that the bridge would give out. Okay, so they just have to cut 2 pieces of rope for the bridge to give out. Also, there is a rope bridge. If the small-sized party member... if there's a small-sized party member, they could use the rope bridge to get across. Oh, okay, so this one over here is a rope bridge. This is a regular bridge. So this is only small-sized creatures or... party members can go across it.
Okay.
I like that. I like that he made it smaller so not everyone can go.
And even a lot of the tunnels that were mentioned earlier are small-sized tunnels.
I like that. Yeah. That's no. I like that small detail. It does make an extra challenge for the party. The fissure is 200 feet. Is a 200-foot fall into running water, which cushions the blow. Anyone who falls and can't get back up is doomed to a deep level of the Underdark. In other words, that character would be out of the game. So it just flows you right to the Underdark.
That sucks.
A player in the moment of the bridge giving out or falling has a chance with an acrobatics check, DC 15, to jump towards the wall and grab the ledge, then to climb with a DC 13 to safety. There are stalactites above the 50-foot bridge and 20 feet up. Perhaps a lasso could use those to swing over, and the player can also climb along the walls horizontally to use the rope bridge if the wood bridge is out. Okay, so a lot of different ways of thinking about destroying this, walking across this to get to the bridge, using the ceiling and the surrounding environment. But again, not complicated. Just trying to plan out. Okay, you're either going to get across it, they're going to cut
standard
it.
like gap kind of warfare.
Yeah, I don't mind that he does 2 DC checks. One to jump and one to do that.
Yeah.
That's totally fine too. I would even add one where if the bridge is cut, you can hold on to it and swing, swing down in safety.
Right.
You'd be on the wrong side of the bridge because they're cutting it from their side, but still.
That's fair.
That would be interesting though. Let's see. So bridge outpost. This is over here. Onto the left side of the bridge. This is just a resting spot where there are 5 goblins. It is their job not to let any outsiders cross the bridge. This group is 1 goblin hulker, 1 goblin warrior, and 3 MM goblins. What are the MM goblins?
That's what I'm looking and I don't see them anywhere.
It must be
MM?
unless he's talking about the world, because he's talking about there's a goblin, a warrior, and an MM. So unless that's just it's not the growth experiment, it's not the Hulker. Unless he's talking about the sharpshooter, maybe, I don't know. Won't be unless it's supposed to be meant to be a commoner. I doubt it.
The only thing I can think of is the growth experiment because of mutation.
Yeah, it's a very interesting read because I don't know why there would be, because there's 1 Hulker, 1 warrior, and 3 MMs. Why would there be 3 mutations with those 2? You know what I mean? Like, it sounds like there'd be 3 lower levels.
Yeah,
but I would also expect them to be the ranged ones too. When they know of intruders, they set up on the north edge of the bridge and fire upon any outsiders and destroying the bridge if the outsiders are trying to get across. So yeah, they would have to be the ranged guys. The MM might have been maybe he meant to be SS for sharpshooter.
Oh,
and just completely messed up on what to do, because I really don't know why MM would be there when none of them really make that sense for that.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, so now we have the blacksmith and tinkering tools. This is when you get way up here before the spiders. So in this room, there's 2 blacksmith, currently MM basic goblins. Yeah, so basic goblins, which I thought the goblin warrior was the basic goblin.
Hold on a second. Let me look at something.
Unless MM is meant for commoners, because commoners has 2 M's.
Maybe.
I don't know why, but that's the only thing I could think of, is because
I feel like that might be the case. I'm looking back over their posts to see if they mention MM anywhere else.
Okay. All right. So if the goblin tinker is alerted,
this is because I think one of the things that they said is almost all of the generals have their own room, and I think this is the goblin tinkerer's room.
Yeah,
because
because it's the 2 blacksmiths and the goblin tinkerer. So if the goblin tinkerer is alerted to the party and combat before the party enters the blacksmith room, he will retreat north to the bend where the spider silk farm is. Throw a smoldering smoke torch into the spider silk room, and every turn he is able to move towards the main living space. Goblin social area and eating. Okay, so he's just going to keep on running. So if he's alerted, he's going to run. But he is going to trigger the spiders. He is going to basically smoke them out and make them come outside, which I like that. I like
that's
that he has
very cool.
The goblin blacksmiths make use of miniature goblin tunnels to surprise attack the party. So when you come up here, they're going to hop into these little tunnels right here and just try to come around you. But the tinkerer, if he gets alerted, he's going to run up this tunnel, do smoke into this area to force the spiders to come out, and he's going to keep every turn. He's just going to keep running this way as much as he can.
Gotcha.
And then you'll run into spiders up here, which we didn't get any spiders like on the build, but it does seem like he would be triggering those.
I think that might be just like standard Monster Manual spiders.
Let's see. So, what's going on in chat? So, just realized something. Brother sharpshooters will break the game because of the bridges. They don't even have to shoot arrows. They can stealth until everyone is on the bridge and then cut it off. That's true. Yeah. So again, literally, if the sharpshooter was just hiding on the other side of the bridge, wait for the entire party to be on the bridge and just go snip, game over.
But let's just hope the party's smart enough to not send everybody on the bridge all at once.
And that's the thing that's what I'm saying too, is why wasn't there at least a sharpshooter here? There's probably guaranteed sharpshooters on this side. Like on the other one,
I would think
but
so.
You would think there should be sharpshooters on this one. But again, I would say sharpshooters on the first bridge would be kind of OP. You'd probably want them, at the throne room just because of escalation, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I do like that the Tinkerer can get spooked, but I do like that you can get to him early. You can go take care of one of the generals early. I don't mind that. Spider Silk Farm. This place with the goblin confines spiders into the room and collect the silk made to enhance bowstrings, and that they trade with the druid to the north of the mountain. If a smoldering smoke torch is thrown in, which would happen from the Tinkerer, and the party is in turn order at the top of the round, 1d4 swarms of spiders come out of the room. The spider swarms get their own initiative and keep that initiative for future spiders. This happens for 3 rounds. The spiders don't go far from the entrance of the spider silk room. If the torch is removed, the spiders 1d4 at a time retreat to their silk farm. There's a hatch-like door near the entrance of the room that can lightly close it off to light. I'm assuming that means the room. There's a hatch near the entrance of the room. It can lightly close it off to light. So, so basically you can try to I like that he has the idea that you can get rid of the torch or you can wait it out or you can just fight them. But they're just, for 3 rounds, they're just going to constantly come out as long as there's the smoke.
So they're only a CR 1/2. But swarms are always bad.
Yeah, swarms are always a bitch. They're not that difficult, but
they have damage resistance to bludgeoning and piercing and slashing damage.
Yeah, and
that alone means that they take half damage from pretty much everything.
Yeah,
unless you got magic. They're always
just bad because they're never really that difficult, but they can truly make the rest of the fights difficult by just having taken you down, just annoyingly. But I do like that though. That is a good. And the fact that they go away, the fact that he has it built in that they will go away. That I think is also very clutch because most people just say, hey, once it's triggered, it's triggered.
Right.
All right, moving on from this silk farm, we're coming around into the main galley area where they're going to be, most of them are hanging out. So you see here you have a social area, the cooking stage area, and then the archery range is up further up north. But we're going to be walking into this area now. So, social and eating room. There are 20 goblin commoners in this room, 2 hulkers, potentially the goblin tinkerer if he retreated, 2 goblin warriors, and 2 goblin archers. Already too much. I get that this is the social area, but holy fuck. A general, 2 hulkers, 2 warriors, which aren't that big of a deal, and 2 archers. The archers and the 2 hulkers are already enough. You going after 2 hulkers with 2 archers on your ass, that's already
that's gonna be crazy. You're just lucky there's no apprentices in there.
Yeah, the warriors would be fine, but having the tinkerer in there with his smoke bombs and his range, this is gonna be a hell of a fight. Most would be sitting down.
That's almost a boss room by itself,
right? Well, it is kind of a mini boss because it is the tinkerer. So most would be sitting around fighters, eating or socializing. The goblins of this tribe are a little bit more civil and domesticated. If the party is hostile to the goblins, the hulkers, the warriors, and the archers, maybe the tinkerer, pick up weapons and attack. Every turn that the fight goes on at the top of the order, 1d2 goblin commoners join the fight. All of the minions share the same initiative.
Oh.
When the hulkers, warriors, archers, and tinkerer are all dead, the goblin commoners will surrender. Most of the commoners will flee to the deepest parts of the caverns near the king's fort. Wow.
I like how they put a specific scenario where the goblin commoners are willing to fight.
Yeah. So it's interesting because up until this point, you haven't really seen an option to not fight, but it's saying if you're hostile to them. So it's like, will they accept you being in here? otherwise. You know what I mean? Like,
Is it possible to get to this point without being hostile to them?
Or can you, even if you were hostile, but they don't know about it yet, how do you enter their common area without... Like, are they just going to assume that, oh, you got this far and you're not being hostile, so you must have been let in?
I mean, maybe they captured one of the guys and were like, hey, go into that room and introduce us as friends.
Yeah, you know. So that would be interesting. I still think that... I mean, I don't mind the 1d2 Goblin Commoners joining in, but that's just... Hulkers, Warriors, Archers. That's a lot. Again, and it's the multi-attacks that hurt it. If it wasn't for the multi-attacks, I think it's up to the Tinkerer. Yeah, that would make sense too. And that's the other thing too. If the Tinkerer's here, then you're obviously hostile. Why would if the Tinkerer had not... Oh, yeah. I guess maybe if you had taken out the Tinkerer and then got into the room, maybe then they won't think you as hostile. Like, okay, yeah, maybe the Tinkerer runs screaming, you're 100% hostile. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that's the kind of thing. Maybe you have to not have the Tinkerer there, and maybe you. So can there's bypass. Some win
conditions. Okay, I can see that.
But yeah, two Hulkers, and 2 Archers. That alone is a lot. But then adding in 2 Warriors, fuck, that's a lot. That's a lot. This room might scare me the most, mainly just because it's going to be the biggest fight so far. And again, were you able to sleep by now with the other previous fights?
Exactly. I mean, you just came straight here.
All right, cooking and storage. So we're going more over this way. So this room is for cooking, and it's a raised platform 5 feet higher than the ground. I mean, to make this area more refined, add in detail, not sure what to put yet. So yeah, these are always great, like little stage cooking areas, where people get their food and everything. A lot of detail can go in here. It just really depends. Like, it's always good from, in my opinion, to either be practical, or, for lack of a better word, use these opportunities to be theatrical. Because this is one of those opportunities where you can throw in some fun lore, like let's say it's near a holiday. So maybe they're just putting up or just taking down decorations.
Okay.
Very cool. Maybe there are
a couple scaffolding.
Maybe there's some commoners up there that are drunk and passed out, but they're in costume, so they were in a play last night, right? This is that area where I would say that you had a big battle, and this is an area that can either A, have the battle extend into, so keep that in mind that the battle could overflow into this, but also keep in mind that this is right after the battle, so maybe this is an area to kind of like not necessarily a comic relief moment, but this is just that area to kind of calm everything, right? You could have the passed out people, you could have some decorations, maybe you can have some food that they can all eat. Just this is that moment where this would be good to put things that kind of reset the mood and don't keep everybody on edge.
Yeah. It feels like one of those save rooms in between like I'm watching this guy streaming playing one of the Resident Evil games, and when you go
like the safe room,
when you go in there and like buy all your weapons and everything,
even have that where it's like that where that's where you offer the short rest. Everyone can sit, eat, drink, and you have one guy, and they would just take turns watching that hallway, watching this hallway up here, because everything back here is fine. So that could be your place where like, okay, you guys get a short rest. You guys can hang out here for like an hour. You can drink, you can eat, as long as one of you is always watching up to the top, and then you guys can move on.
Yes.
This is definitely something that this is something that I think is doable. Yeah, it doesn't have any of the big boys. It's just again, I'm just so hesitant on everyone having multi-attack.
You're not wrong.
Because it just takes a couple good rolls, and that's just.
I will say, anytime a caster casts a spell, it's not multi-attack.
Yeah.
But it's still a spell.
So does he talk about an alarm system? So mainly the thing that he has been talking about with all of the rooms is that there does seem to be a trigger, right? So down here, if you get into a fight, the guys in the outpost, there's 4 of them, 3 will split off to guard down here, 1 will stay down here. If these guys get alerted, the Tinkerer falls back and alerts these guys. So there's not a built-in alarm system into the cave itself, but it does seem like he has a mechanic built into to if you trigger things too quickly, he will have a way to justify while they're waiting for you.
And they did say that those puddles, while you guys can tell who's coming in and out, they can probably tell if you guys, because
that's true.
I'm pretty sure your tracks don't look like goblin tracks. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right. So moving on from the cooking location, we're going up here into the archery range. So down this hallway in the north position, there's archery targets that double as movable cover. That's kind of cool. There are 4 goblin sharpshooters using this cover. Also, there's 2 goblin warriors. So
4 goblin sharpshooters,
in
bro?
this hallway is 4 sharpshooters and 2 goblin warriors. I'm already going to tell you that's too much.
Look at 4 goblin sharpshooters
Behind
cover with 4 attacks each, who are probably using their bonus actions to hide
and get advantage. And you have 2 warriors in your face. No, this is too much, man. This is too much.
Bruh, that's like a Gatling gun at the end of this hallway, dog.
I wouldn't mind if in this sharpshooter, if you had like 1 sharpshooter, 2 archers, and a warrior. Because,
right,
like that maybe even like, a sorcerer or a mutant. Because again, like a sharpshooter, lore wise, it would make sense. The sharpshooter's training, so there's only 1 of those. But yeah, those 4 attacks,
bro,
that would just murder your whole team. 4 of those guys, if they all. So imagine this, Invent. If you're watching this in the future, you just gotta imagine you're rolling them through. They walk through this thing. They're feeling pretty okay so far from the dungeon. They could be at full health. They walk into here and you unload on them and get, unfortunately, like 6 crits in a row. Just 6 of those attacks crit. That's a TPK. At 36 damage per crit, and you get 6 of them, that's your 8th level party gone.
What I want is somebody to send the barbarian out there with Death Ward. For 1 full round, see how long it takes him to go down, bring him back up with Death Ward, and then have the freaking wizard be like, "Screw this, I cast Fireball."
Yeah, it's and the thing is that they're behind cover, which again, unless they've been alerted, why would they be behind cover? It's and again, you're already giving them plus to stealth. Why are you giving them full cover? Like you're really stacking the dice against them right now.
Yes, is.
I would say that definitely I wouldn't mind 2 sharpshooters at this bridge because that makes sense. That should be a challenge. 4 sharpshooters in a kill zone hallway.
2 sharpshooters. Well, yeah, 4
sharpshooters is too much. 4 sharpshooters is too much.
God bless America.
I would say 1 sharpshooter, maybe 2 archers, and then maybe your warrior in that particular one. Give it, more, because I don't mind this particular one being more ranged heavy, where the other ones were kind of up close.
Yeah,
but man, 4 sharpshooters, you're basically TPKing them.
At least give them some stuff so that they can have some cover coming up. So they can
if this was a puzzle where it's if you could hold the actual targets and move up, and then you had to just hold a dexterity check every time they hit it, you had to hold it up, otherwise it falls, and then the next one could hit you. That could be a puzzle.
That would be cool. Be cool.
But just no, man. That's there. You wouldn't. Get
and then if you get close enough to them, you can finally actually
Yeah, that would be so that would be really interesting. But 4 sharpshooters, man, that's
good. God, all gravy.
As a player, I would feel that would be unfair.
I would be very upset.
Let's go. So the mushroom farm. So now we're going from here, and now we're up here into the mushroom farm. So the entirety of the floor, walls, and ceiling is covered in mushrooms. There's a pile of compost outside the entrance with shovels. Also a wooden hatch that closes the entrance. Okay, so nothing really to talk about there. It's their source of food. You could be a jerk and poison it or burn it all, or you could just move on. Maybe get a little snack.
Right.
See, here's another option, right? Here's how cool it would be. We talk about they had an alchemist, right? They talk about how they have mutants. They talked about how they cultivated these mushrooms from the scratch. Why not allow that room to be searchable? Completely optional, right? They could pass by it or they could go inside. Why not have deep inside of here in the very far back, a special area that has to be discovered or whatever, right? You have to
discern that there's actually something unique about it.
But what if there's a secret area where they open it up and they find that there's specialty mushrooms that have been modified, and that's part of the mutants' diet. So they're that's how the mutants stay that way. But what if you had other ones, right? Other little experimental mushrooms, and then you find ones that are fully rejuvenating, and there's your long rest. There's your long rest equivalent.
I like that.
If you take the time, if you search in that,
I like that a lot.
Mushroom area, and if you find the special area, why not give them the equivalent of a long rest, but in mushroom form, right? Because now you're making this one shot feel like it's actually survivable. Because by now, even if you've won all of your fights, even if you've been given
you're
a
on the
short rest,
brink of...
Yeah, there's no way that you guys are above half health at this point, even with a short rest. But if you have a long rest, or if you have the equivalent of not wanting to describe why you fell asleep for 8 hours, but if you could find food that their alchemist has magically enhanced.
GMOs.
Hell, why is the alchemist in this room? Why not you search in here and you find the alchemist in the back, and he offers you, hey, don't hurt me. If you let me live, I'll give you this, and it rejuvenates you, and then you let the alchemist live. Like, again, you can make
be very
these
interesting.
Challenges easier by giving them options to not fight. Right? Why would the alchemist want to fight? This alchemist, all he's done his whole life is learn how to feed his people.
I just want to play with my plants, man.
So it's like, hey, man, you let me live. I'll give you something that works for you. Look, right in here, this vial. This is what we generals use. We eat this, and it refuels us. And guess what? What if that right there is all? Like, not only does he give it to you, but he says, as he's leaving, by the way, every general carries two of these.
Ooh, that would be dope.
That's what makes the general so difficult.
Dope.
Is they're not technically any more difficult than any others, but they can just pop a sensu bean of a mushroom and instantly rejuvenate. So what if that's it? What if this whole encounter could basically not only give you the rejuvenation, but it gives you, by the way, every general always has two. So you know if you can disrupt it, though. You see him going to eat something, and you're like, I disrupt his eating, like a counter spell kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Or you just know every general is going to have two extra rounds, right? That's what I want to like see.
It'd be
here.
cool if they could like eat them like a legendary action or something like that in between people's turns or something like that. Just like, hey, he looks like he's going for one of his.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I really like the idea, and this I think would be the better spot for the alchemist. He should be constantly tinkering with the food, and it would give your party an opportunity to refresh halfway through. Because I mean, you're basically heading right into the the main area after like 2 more encounters. You should be getting like your long rest right about now. All right, so the Alchemist Chambers. This is way over. Okay, so I guess this is the Alchemist Chambers. So the Alchemist Chambers is right after,
right around the
food,
corner.
But still, still would have liked to see something with a food room. So in the Alchemist Chambers, a dozen or so different herbs, mushrooms, and plant parts are arranged near mason jars. I would say in mason jars, and with masterwork alchemist tools. The Goblin Alchemist is mostly non-hostile. He will tentatively stay out of the party's way. Only knowing Goblin and gestures try to communicate with them that this tribe is civil and they are making a mistake, assuming the party gets in the hostile way. Instead of making things complicated with alchemist ingredients, I do something where it's easy to keep track. In here are 300 GP worth of high quality plant ingredients. I do high, medium, low. The high quality herbs need half the amount as the same as regular, and low quality takes twice. That's actually a cool mechanic.
I like that.
High quality and low, just double equal or half the amount needed.
So normal is the standard amount.
That's a great simple system. I like that. Damn, I never even thought about that, but that's actually really nice. So in this particular case, I like that, again, this particular general is not, he's going to basically be not confrontational. He's not going to try to hurt you. Kind of like what we were just saying.
Exactly.
He should be the one that doesn't hurt you. I do like that he doesn't speak. So if you don't speak common, you can't talk to him. But
you don't speak Goblin.
Gesture. I do like that he just gestures and tries to show that they're
right.
Again, it's interesting because he's hinting that you could get through here without being hostile, but I don't understand if that's
what the premise of that,
or if it's the whole thing. But I do like it. I still think the alchemist should provide them with the buff, like the refresh, right? Like the spare me and all
right.
Your health stuff.
I do think that would be very cool.
But okay, again, we're still seeing that not everybody is hostile. I like that. So now we're going from the alchemist. Now we're traveling south. We're getting closer and closer to the throne room. So we are at the fallback point. So worst case scenario, everybody's falls back into this giant room here. There are 2 brood mothers. Okay, so brood mother isn't just a single thing. There are 2 brood mothers taking care of 20 goblin children. If they get advanced warning, they'll all flee south across the bridge. Also in this area, 2 goblin warriors, 2 goblin sharpshooters guard the north side of the bridge, but retreat to the south side. See, that's totally fine.
Interesting.
2 sharpshooters and 2 warriors on the bridge are fine.
That could be my fault when it comes to the brood mothers. I could have put the brood mothers in the general category when I should not have, especially because they weren't mentioned earlier with the other generals. They might have supposed to been just one of the commoners.
So they're more or less just a
protective mother.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes more sense. So they don't, if they're not a general, then that just makes everything. Sorry,
I put you through so much anguish. He was so upset about those brood mothers. Why are they so basic?
Sorry. We figured that one out now. But okay, so this is interesting. So I like that there are the Goblin Sharpshooters and the Goblin Warriors, but there's only 4 of them, 2 each, which I think is good. And I also like the fact that if they haven't been discovered yet, the panic of the broodmothers and the children could give you, like, you could basically make them panic and force the sharpshooters to stay on this side of the bridge, because of course they're gonna put all the kids across first. Right. Because the thing is that if they all get to the other side of the bridge, the sharpshooters are gonna shoot you as you cross the bridge. But if you can get there before alerting them and then alert them, they're gonna try and shove all of the kids across first. So the sharpshooters and the warriors will have to stay on this side, means you can close the distance and make them less effective, or get them onto the bridge and then cut them down. Because this bridge, the second bridge,
very
is
true,
long.
Very true.
So I actually like this added bit of puzzle and opportunity to work with this. All right, so that is the fallback point. We have 2 sharpshooters and 2 warriors. I think that's fantastic that they will cross the bridge. And then you have about 40 goblin children with the 2 broodmothers, which will basically be funneling them across the bridge if they get spooked. The bridge 2. So what was this one up here? So that's just the broodmother's den. Okay, so that's just a connection point for the broodmother, the den, and the fallback point.
Right.
So the bridge 2, for similar strategy to the first bridge. So you'd have people waiting there, being able to cut it if the party is crossing it, so they can cut it and make it collapse.
Yes.
And have some people guarding it. That would be really interesting to see if there's any other. I'm curious if he's come up with any other ways to get across here. If it's just the bridge.
I think that would be a nice addition, to be able to give them some hidden or creative. Maybe there's, if you want to get real crazy, maybe there's like a portal hidden somewhere. Maybe there's some illusionary.
I wouldn't even mind especially if someone is small enough, like if there's one of these tunnels that goes like up. And all the way around.
Yeah, that would be very cool.
So it's like, there's got to be other options, but I would like one of these tunnels that just goes all the way up and over into this area. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But yeah, definitely, I don't see that I think the bridges are always fun puzzles. They're always fun encounters. Yeah. Just make sure that, it's not a game ender where, bridge is out, goodbye. Because obviously the goblins knew, because that's the other thing. If the goblins cut it,
they're going to have to find a way.
They have to be able to get across, right? So there's got to be obviously a way that they've done it before. But you can have spider climb, you can have a druid. There's a lot of different things you can do to cross a bridge. Okay, so now we're getting down into the training room. The training room is this first room when you get down across the bridge, right? So this first main room when we cross the bridge is the training room. We are going to put combat dummies in here and all sorts of furniture. Another section with mushrooms. There'd be a few goblins in this area. Not sure what I'd put. I'd want to include a construct. Maybe the construct is in this area. Okay, so I would say that in the training room, this is where I don't mind having a large minion fight. 8 warriors, maybe 1 Hulker, right?
Right.
Kind of just a slog of low levels. Maybe even a bunch of commoner goblins that aren't warriors yet.
Yeah, they're they're the trainees.
Yeah, 1 Hulker, 2 warriors, and 10 commoner goblins. They all have 10 AC. They all hit you for 1d2. Maybe they have the slings. Maybe they all have the clubs.
Why does this remind me of when you walk into a room and somebody's training a bunch of people in martial arts and they all stop and look at you, and then you gotta
that's the thing.
Then you gotta fight all of them.
And that's the thing. They just the 3 back there just oh, go! And then they're just.
I would love that if that
actually such a cool
that
concept.
that would be dope.
And then just in the thing, you lay them all laying down, they're all done, and then it's the Hulker goes, and
then they warriors take their jacket up, and they're like, all right, it's time for us to show you how it's done.
So yeah, I would say that because you've already had the potential to have a boss fight or a mini boss fight, you've had some substantial fights so far. You probably should have had some sort of rest or some way to recoup by now. I think that because I've talked about this before, the intro fight, you want a plot pushing fight, you want the BBEG fight, and then you can have up to 3 more. Having a redemption fight is one of those extra 3. And by a redemption fight, I mean if you've challenged your players enough with fights that have just been like slogs and they've been scraping by, a redemption fight is something to kind of just remind them, y'all are badasses.
Yeah.
Like,
and you can like
just
sweep
don't forget y'all are badasses. Now, I didn't put this here so you guys literally could just blow on these guys and that it's over, but give them a fight that reminds them not every fight is to the death for them, and let them remind themselves, practice what you've learned. You know, there's a way to do those fights where they don't feel like, why did I do this? It's boring. I just stepped on these guys. But in a way, it's going, okay, not every fight is that hard. Like, we can do this, right?
Like, we got, especially just before they go into
a BBEG,
the big scary.
Yeah. A redemption fight is always good to kind of refresh you and be like, no, we got this. Like, no, we're good. I didn't even use magic that round. I didn't even use a spell. Like, how good is that when you're a wizard and you're like, it sucks when you're like, bro, I didn't get to use a spell. Versus, I didn't even have to use a spell that round. Let's go. Like, that's the kind of joy you want, right? You want to get those things where it's like, bro, we went through that. I didn't lose any life. Hey, I didn't take any health points, or I didn't have to take my health potion. Like, you want them to walk away not going, oh, I didn't get to do something, to be like, I didn't have to. That's a redemption fight at its best.
I feel that.
I don't know. The construct would be interesting. I think it might be too much. Just with the setting and the lore,
depending on
from a player point of view, that would feel out of place. Out of everything we've discussed so far, if you threw a construct at me, a Warforged or something, I would feel. I would feel. What's the thing when you're taken out of like the store, like, you know?
I know what you're talking about. Immersion.
Yeah. It would break my immersion if suddenly there was a construct. I just wouldn't feel like this is,
unless there's some sort of connection to this Fire Lord, you know, and like animating some statues in the throne room or something like that. Like, maybe
you get across, you go into the throne room, and maybe it's like an act where like they have this thing that looks like it's moving, they light it on fire. It's like a big old like pyre thing just to intimidate you, but it's not actually like anything. It's just a pyre that's supposed to look, because like it looks like it's moving and thrashing. It looks like a fire elemental, but it's because it's inside the cave, so it's all
flickering.
So it's like, so you think it's like we're about to face a fire elemental, and the DM's like, are you guys gonna fight this thing? Like, the whole thing is he's trying to intimidate you, right? It's like everybody making it like a scared check or a fear check, and then if you pass your fear check, you're just like, no, it's just a pile of wood that they're burning. It's just, you notice now it's not moving, it's just a bunch of shadows.
You literally go inside, and it's just literally a tiny goblin just standing, flailing their arms in front of a fire.
But how cool would that be, right? Like, again, these are like fun little puzzles that make the party really question, how far do we want? Because, you know, every party is like, no, of course we're going to go forward. But how often do they get faced with something where you're like, are you guys sure? And you're like, yeah, are we sure? Like, we have, because again,
we got a lot of stuff so far.
You could have fed them different treasure up until this point. You know what I mean? Like, you could have fed them things to make them feel like they could leave and come back later. But I don't know. It's one of those things where I feel a construct would just kind of break it. And I feel like if it was,
I think it could,
to make it in context, it shouldn't be a threat. It should be more of a tactic, a trick.
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
we haven't seen any goblin tricks yet. We've seen tactics, but we haven't actually seen any tricks. That would be an awesome goblin trick, is to scare you away.
Okay.
AFK for 5 minutes. Do not worry. It didn't miss a whole lot, and you know you can always catch it on the YouTubes. All right, so now we are going from the training room. Now we should be into the throne room proper, the King's Fortress. Not sure on the design yet. I think I might do something where the king is on a raised section with some guards that would come out of the doors, surround the party. Also, perhaps a malcontent pit trap. It has a secret back door, leads to the water entrance, and if the king fears death, he will run away through the back door. So, King's Throne Rooms are always fun. There's always so much you can do here, whether you're doing monologues, whether you're doing like a castle fight where you have like different sets of waves you have to go through, or like he said, you get surrounded, stuff like that. Do
you want to take a look at the stats for the king while we're looking at his throne room?
We'll come back to,
okay.
Let's come back to him for real quick. Trying to think of just in general with like when it comes to like throne room like reveals and stuff. I take one of 3 approaches when it comes to like throne room reveals. One, I take the you walk like what I call the practical approach. You walked in on any other day in the throne room. There's some advisors, they're chit-chatting, their backs are to you. The king may or may not be on the throne, but he's usually distracted. Like, it's the whole you walked in
with their pants down, and they're like,
and everyone's just like,
what are you doing here?
Just walking into the office on another day. I like that one a lot. That's typically my go-to because, again, if you haven't made a whole lot of ruckus,
why are they paying attention?
Why would they not be doing anything else? And it gives you a chance to kind of feel like, ooh, we're not supposed to be here. I don't even know yet, right? Kind of gives you like the feeling of, you have the upper hand in this situation. The other ones I like to do are, obviously, if they knew it was happening, you have the obvious setup, the obvious trap, or the obvious, we've been waiting for you. Like, just the obvious, like, well, I ain't going to run, so let him in.
Looks like it's going like this.
And that's just more of the they've been following you. That's I use that one the least because it feels like the most cliche, but it's also best used when it's actually appropriate that they would have known that you were coming.
Yeah.
And then the other one that I typically like to use, because I rarely like to use the empty throne room. It's kind of boring. Just no one's there. But if it's not the fact that if they don't know you're coming and it's not just business as usual, I like throwing, what's the word I'm looking for? Pageantry in a throne room reveal where something's actually happening, whether they're listening to one of their commoners and they're getting a complaint, they're disciplining somebody, they're promoting somebody, any kind of pageantry, anything that's an official business. Interrupting official business in a throne room is always a fun way because you can listen in, you can have the players listen in, the players can interrupt it, they can be insulting. I mean, you can throw them a bone where it's like maybe there's a foreign delegate visiting. So the king's going to be on nice behavior. He's not just going to immediately be off with your head because he has to keep up appearances, right? Like, there's so many ways when you do a pageantry reveal. Because realistically, like, again, business as usual, they know you're coming, or pageantry reveal are my three go-tos. Because outside of that, like, it just feels too, like, if it's like just a straight trap, or if it's I'm trying to think of like other like cliche things you get when you walk into a throne room. Like, you walk in and then they're just all staring at you, like you open the door and then nothing was happening. Mm-hmm. So it's like they were just like, oh, you're here. Or
you immediately just descent into combat, and everybody immediately like turns and points at you, and
and I like when it comes to like what's happening in a throne room. I like people to take in the visual, and I like to set the scene. I like to set the mood because this is usually leading up to the big bad, and this is that moment to kind of really let the players take it one step at a time. Right? You walk in. You give your spiel, but don't immediately have everything happening. So it's like the players can be like, okay, take a breather. Let's listen in. What's happening? Where's everyone standing? Where do we want to stand? How do we want to let our president? Like, I like that because players are just so used to just coming in guns blazing, and a lot of the times throwing them off. It's like you walk into the room and you see the king on the throne. He's leaning over to his right. He seems to be in the ear of one of his advisors. To his left, his princess is seemingly lost, in conversation with one of the guards.
Right.
Another guard off to the side, seems to be daydreaming. And, you see two other advisors off to the other side having a private conversation. And you happen to see on the opposite, the complete opposite side, a couple maids, leaving out one of the surface entrance. Something like that throws players off because they're like, no one noticed we're here. Like, you're not hiding, you're not sneaking, but you're just caught off guard because you're like, we weren't trying to not be noticed and we're not noticed. You're just so used to always being noticed and always being center of attention and always having the spotlight on you that I love it when players are just like, oh, that's it. Like you're done with the description and they're like, oh, like no one notices. Like they're finally like, okay. Yeah. And then you start to see them tick like, oh, okay. How do we want to go? Because again, a lot of the times, especially in dungeon crawls, players, I think, also feel, other than choosing the direction, they feel so out of control. It's the first time you get to give them back control. You're like, hey, this situation's yours. If you want the king to know you're here, it's your time to take control, right? It's not like you come around the corner and the guards are like, aha, after them. You're the one who finally gets to, like, feel this out. All right. Valley Xeon, hello. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are having a good night. We are getting to the close to the end of the stream. So,
we got a couple more rooms left.
Unfortunately, we will be closing out a little bit, but we have a couple more items, so we are going to be here for a little bit longer. If you missed anything, go ahead and you can always check out anything we said previously on our VOD channel too. Dungeon crawls are the D&D equivalent of roguelike when you usually do RPG. That's actually
lightweight.
Not too bad. Yeah, no,
lightweight.
That's lightweight. A really
I kind of feel that.
choice. Especially how a lot of DMs do dungeon crawls, where especially if you can like come back to it, where you can like do a level or two, come back, like leave.
That would be very
back.
Interesting. Yeah,
because then
I like that.
You get more of like a roguelike experience from that. But yeah, no, that's a good point, especially because every DM is going to do a dungeon different, so it's like the truest form of roguelike.
Facts.
But yeah, so those are my Inventurology. That's my examples of what I like to do when it comes to like a throne room or a fortress or like a big reveal, is just to kind of put that agency back with the players and get them back in the story. If you're gonna do the thing where they know you're coming, it brings it back into the story. If you're gonna do the thing where it's business as usual, you're putting the control back into the players. And if you do the pageantry, what you're doing is you're shaking things up by taking the momentum away from combat, right? They've been so focused on get to the next room, do the combat, get the items that there's
a whole nother thing you gotta
involve
with.
It's a wedding, or it's
that
a
would be crazy,
or it's or they're punishing.
It's a beheading.
It could be a beheading. You know what I'm saying? But like it breaks that momentum of what the players were doing, and it takes them out of that moment.
I wanted so bad them to walk in and mid, like, what do they call that thing that comes?
The guillotine.
Just it comes and they. But it just stops and just like looks at him like. I can see it being like halfway through the guy's neck, although that'd be really messed up. But, anyways,
or like as soon as you open the door, the axeman was raising his thing, and then the door just goes, and then as you open the door, you hear a loud clink, clank.
Yes,
and then you see the guy with a giant double axe just. and everyone in the room is just head silent. You just see like a guy, like,
the guy,
and you're just like,
oh, thank God!
We're just gonna close this door.
Well, you guys get right back to that.
Forget the pit trap. False wall to secretly evacuate the royalty. So they do have in this particular area that we're in. We're talking about this area down here on the whole map that we were talking about. So we're now in this area, which is the King's Fortress, and they do have written in that there is this passage through the waterway that they can get out and get to the main entrance. So they do have that, and I always like secret passages. Pit traps are fun. I prefer like secret.
Hey, they got both in here.
They do have both in here. I do love the waterway exit. That's also fantastic and kind of unique.
Right.
I would say that's not necessarily a classic one to be used to have a waterway as an exit. So yeah, so that's the King's Fortress. And then we have the secret room. So the secret room, where is this secret room?
Secret room.
Must be just the secret passage, I'm assuming, unless there's
the room before the secret passage. That makes sense.
Yeah, that probably just like down there. So nothing here yet. There we go. Nothing here yet, but it's the passage to the waterfront. Okay, so yeah, this is just the room between that and the waterfront. It's not complete. Plan to add a lot more to this room key. Also, some changes I need to do to the map to make it more immersive with more detail. Might add in a few extra rooms. That's always fine too. Honestly, adding more rooms doesn't always make it more immersive. Adding more life to each of the rooms, right? Like again,
yes,
when we were saying like the mushroom room, having an area in the back where there's mushrooms that they've experimented on, having something like hidden treasures. Like imagine being able to, because again, you kind of want these like almost what look like short rests. Imagine what happens if they go into the spider nest. Maybe they can get into the spider area. Maybe there's another boss encounter with an actual big spider. Maybe
that would actually be really cool. Maybe that's why the spiders go back in there when you remove the thing, because they got to go back into their nest, their home.
And how cool would this be? It's a spider thing where they connect silk. The spiders have probably killed several of the goblins at some point. Like, what if the goblins have like magic items or weapons that they've dropped in there? Like
they've never actually been able to go get themselves.
Yeah, you know what I mean. So adding more life to each room and adding multiple things that each room can hold can be better sometimes than adding more rooms.
You know how you recently had a question that was asked? Actually, I don't know if it was by Invent, but basically saying, hey, what kind of standard things should I have for a magic item? Like, imagine having one of those lists that you just like fill out for each one of these rooms, just like little bits of information that you have for each one of these things that give you a little bit more depth to what's going on in this. I mean, maybe you might not have enough for every room to have that, but it might be a good place to start.
Adding it into 1 or 2 rooms gives the players reasons to explore each room. And again, as a DM, you can be as obvious or as vague as, which rooms are worth looking at. But again, having the players, stop and think, that's always good. I like Valley's question. Does the mushroom room have a mister with a timer on it?
Have a what?
A mister with a timer on it. So to keep it
yes,
keep it
clearly
nice and, moist. So in terms of the secret room, this is actually what I would be cool with is if you've had a treasure room anywhere, that would be kind of cool to have a normal treasure room, but the secret room maybe, because again, this is something that you may or may not ever find, regardless of what you do or whether you fail or succeed at the whole one shot, the secret room may or may never not be found. How cool would it be to put the most, either the best treasure or just 1 or 2 really good items of treasure in that secret room with some extra gold, right? Because it's a secret room. So the guy's he's leaving through that room in his secret exit. Maybe there's a couple items he'll grab from there and leave with, right? That's what I would do for the secret room. And outside of that, unless you're trying to make this kind of how some people will do one shots, but they'll be sequential. They'll be not quite a long-term campaign, but it's these 2 one shots, but it's the same party or whatever. Imagine that secret room has the beginnings of the next one shot. You know what I mean? Or, a hint, it has a book of, a scroll of scrying or something, and it's pointing to a location. Or maybe you find out, we finally killed all of the goblins, and then you find out these were only the first goblins, and Kunrak is actually building a town somewhere else. The guy who hired all these
he's franchising.
Generals, maybe he's left. Or maybe you find maybe you came here because the whole purpose of the one shot was to find Kunrak. And he doesn't stay here. He's actually in the original town. Remember, he moved them here?
Right,
Maybe he's going back to that town to repopulate.
Oh, we forgot about what's his name's, the Elix stat block, too.
Yeah, because we still don't know where he came in.
Yeah, I'm curious if he's current or if he was beforehand, but...
Okay, so last room, we have the South Redstones. This is on the map. This is down here. This is the magical area of this room. And this is where the Goblin Apprentices and Goblin Fire Wizard are. Okay, so you're going to hit the Fire Wizard and the Apprentices at the same time. They would join in on any noisy fight. I want to spice this part up. The fire magic they use is an important part of their culture. So this is going to be kind of spicy if you add so much magic all at once. That's going to be one of my main hesitations. Is that you're going to add in a whole bunch, and
that will hurt.
I like that you want to spice this up, but if you're going to spice it up, you have to be careful with what else they're fighting once you add these guys in. And if you want to spice it up, what I would do is make the mages a puzzle fight instead of just a straight encounter. Yeah. You can do the encounter, but make it also obvious that there's something else.
Something else that can help. Especially if fire is such a big part of their magic. Imagine they are all dancing around like a fire pit, and you're having this crazy battle. But if you put out the fire, then all their magic goes away, or something like that.
No, 100%. But yeah, no, I like the idea that each area has the main part, and then each area kind of has stuff that could happen if you do it all wrong.
Right.
So everything has an escalation, which I'm really happy with. So let's go back real quick because the Fire King is going to be the big bad evil guy here, right? He's going to be the main guy we fight. But let's go back really to the beginning. So, this almost seems like this was I think this is Kunrak. Because the whole thing of among the few surviving goblins, they escorted them out and they relocated. Among the goblins was Iklak, who became the new leader. And then the history was Kunrak, who left and came back.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's the same person.
I think it might be. So
Iklak and Kunrak
So
are
Iklak, that's his
essentially the
whole
same.
title. Iklak, bestest leader. Just to be clear,
Iklak,
that
bestest
is
leader.
all.
That's cute though.
That's
I like
canon.
that. I absolutely like that. So he has all the same stat blocks. He has all the same information. He does have wild shape, which is interesting. So he's a druid. So he has wild shape. Magically assume one of the beast shapes listed below. It can use this feature twice before finishing a long or short rest, any rest. So twice per rest. And they can change into a dire wolf, a brown bear, or a giant spider. And they have spell casting at 4th level. They have Druidcraft, Produce Flame and Resistance, Entangle, Cure Runes, Fairy Fire, Charm Person, Flaming Sphere, and Heat Metal. They make 2 scimitar attacks. So what's interesting about this is in nowhere did we read when or where you might run into this individual. So
That's fair.
good to have the stat blocks. Not sure if they were meant to ever be encountered.
Where they're placed.
So yeah, interesting. But I think that is Kunrak. I think that makes sense that
That would be the same.
for whatever reason.
Okay.
I don't know where. Maybe Kunrak was an original working name.
That's possible. Because they were in different posts that I got both of those from.
And it would make sense that, again, you have Kunrak who started all of this, but the Fire King seems to be like the main guy. Because you have like his...
Yeah,
portraits.
exactly.
So let's look at the Goblin King Fire Lord. Interesting. So... You know what I would I'm not. I don't think that's what it is. But what would be cool is you defeat this Fire King Lord or whatever, and like he has like a necklace or a crown or something, and then you like take it off of him. He loses that firepower, and it's Iklak or Kunrak.
Interesting.
He's been imbued to be the Fire Lord, and that's why everyone listens to him. But
I kind of like that.
And how cool would it be that you find out lore-wise that the item he has, the reason why he's the Lord, is actually just some magical item he picked up with that adventuring party.
He's just Gollum. He
Yeah,
just
so
happened to be the one that found the ring.
You find out like it's the adventuring party that came back after hearing the stories. They killed the hobgoblins. Like they did. Like you find out this guy
That's
wasn't
so
an adventurer.
great. That would actually be pretty sick.
He was like the servant. Like he ran away from this place and found this adventuring party and just basically was like their Dobby. But then when he came back, he had this like one magical item that made him like be able to control fire, but he did nothing else, and everyone thought he was like the greatest. So that would be really like I like twists like that where you find out that this big bad evil lord was just some dude who just manipulated everyone into like fearing
It's like
him.
Shazam. He's just a little kid, but he looks like a big old superhero.
Okay, so his stats are pretty much looking the same. He has highest in charisma, which is interesting. And then he has next is dexterity. He has all of the same normalities that we've seen before. Senses language. He does have resistance to fire. He's a challenge rating 7. He has nimble escape, but he has a shit ton of spell casting. He is a 9th level spellcaster.
But it looks like he's only got 5th level spells.
One slot, which is seeming. I don't even know what seeming is.
Seeming just allows you to change your entire party's look. So you can basically...
Like an illusion spell.
Yes, it's an illusion spell. You can basically pass yourselves off as something else.
So the cantrip level, Friends, Firebolt, Minor Illusion. First level, Burning Hands, Fog Cloud, Shield, Magic Missile. Second level, Scorching Ray, Hold Person, Spider Climb. Third level, Counterspell, Fireball, Haste. Fourth level, Wall of Fire, Polymorph. They have multi-attack, 2 attacks with short sword, and that's it. The short sword is a 1d6 plus 3. It does have the poison, and it does have poison as well. Because I'm looking at what these spells are, the seeming, the spider climb, the minor illusion, this just literally is falling more into I want this dude to be Kunrak or Iklak. I really want this to be like he has something that makes him able to do all of this, but he actually can't.
He's not the one.
It's just something that's imbuing him with the ability to do that. That sounds awesome. I think I've ignored chat a little bit. Hold on, I got to go back to chat real quick. Further reminder for hold on. Further reminder for DMs always factor ventilation. You don't want the party using carbon dioxide as a as a wisdom.
Oh yeah,
or a wind condition. Oh yeah. So definitely don't want them. And that's again, it depends on how much
smoking them out.
Yeah, and you just want to make sure how much of the concept of realism do you add in and the consistency of that. But that's a good point. Yeah, you don't want them to just easily take your situation and be like, oh well, if there's no vents, I'm just gonna suffocate them all. Vent crawls are always fun. Yeah, I do like that this map, all of these light areas are for small creatures only. Smaller creatures.
Okay.
So these are all the crawlways that only the goblins can enter, not the party. But
cool.
If you're small, kind of like the rope bridge, it's only for small creatures. So all of those are little pathways if you can find them.
Legit.
Players can start fireballs outside the cave and smoke them out. Yep. Spice it up. Detail how they're just casually frying chicken. Then if a fight breaks out, cooking oil plus fire. And then again, things like that. That's
kind of crazy. I like that.
Contexts like that, you can add in more fun like that. I like that. Yeah. Just cooking some chicken. You got some oil. There you go. Bonus points for pouring water on an oil fire to make it bigger.
Yeah, that's all bad.
Still shocked he didn't put any goblin cavalry with direwolves. That would be awesome.
Imagine the one that's the druid turns into a dire wolf, and then one of the other ones just.
So he just said that like cavalry like archers would be really annoying. So dude, they have spiders. Can you imagine cavalry archers on spiders that are on the roof?
Bruh.
They're just they're
imagine
riding
two
the spiders.
sharpshooters just way the. No, game over. Game over, dog.
Game over.
They're in the shadows
game
up
over.
there. They got dark vision. They're in the shadows. You guys are all lit up. No.
So that was all of them, right? We've gone through everything.
Yes,
Right.
That is the full
So
write-up.
that's it.
We've gotten through all of it.
So that is congratulations. That is our very first Homebrew Showcase of the Goblin Encounter. So I guess kind of as a full summary, man. As a player, I'm intrigued from the very get-go. This gives me a lot of good vibes. I'm absolutely intrigued from the start. It makes me ask all of the right questions. It makes, as a player, it does make me want to ask questions. It makes me want to learn about this world, about this town. I want to learn more about the history, how they interact. I want to know how I can get around combat. I want to know more about how that interaction works. I'd like to see a little bit more details, like Inventurology was saying. Adding more details and flavor to making it feel more alive, but everything's there that you need it to, right? Like nothing's missing from the map. I as a player, I don't think that this is lacking in any way. I don't feel like if I got to the end of this, I'd be like, oh, well, I didn't see this. Why didn't I see this? Like, I mean, it has all the steps. It might be a little bit long for a one shot. It might be a little bit heavy handed for a one shot, but with the right type of encounters and the right build and the right approach, I think this would be a lot of fun. This sounds so fun. I would almost like legit. I'm half tempted to want to run a goblin crew through this.
Yeah, that would be
just to see like really how cool. You could do the interactions. I really want to know a little bit more about the party's lore. Like I also want to know, why are we coming here? What's our purpose? Were we hired by I would also like to know things like, again, and this is the positives, right? Like as a player, I'm going to be, when I say I want to know these things, it's not like, well, you didn't answer them, so it's not good.
Yeah.
What I mean by it is if this is good.
These are the things that are going to be,
if I want to know these things, I would play it.
That are going to make you desire to interact with it more.
So I would want to know things like what's going on with the lizard folk. Where are they? Can we contact them? What's outside of this location? How far away is it from the original? Where is Kunrak? Or Iklik, like where are they in this context? Are they here? Were they just mentions? Are they just lore based? Who is this fire leader? Like we have this history that Kunrak or Iklik gathered all of the smartest people, but none of them were this guy. So which one is this? Is he the leader? Is he just another great sorcerer? Is he like the dad because he was a sorcerer and he said he got his brothers together? Mm-hmm. Is this his dad? Like there's just more questions of who are these people, how do they interact, but this looks so awesome. I love that he has ideas for just full out combat, has ideas for getting around combat, and then has backup plans for oh, you've gotten so far into this fight and you allow this guy to get away, or you allow this guy to scream out, so now you have fallout from that. And it's not
Honestly,
like the whole cave gets alerted. It's stages.
The only really notes that I have, like, I love this so much, especially getting to put all this together, to create all this in the first, not create, but to put the puzzle pieces together of kind of figuring out what goes with what can all be in the same place. The only thing I can really see is maybe a little bit of balancing with the creature stats, trying to make those, like we were talking about earlier, make a little bit more sense. But outside of that, connecting a couple of dots like you were talking about with some of the characters. And this is, like, I love that they have all of the gears moving in here. When you look at this, like, I'm looking at a fully assembled car. I might see, like, there might be a gear that might be a little bit tight. There might be something that's a little squeezed. Bit of a rattle, but hey, like, to be honest, this is a fully assembled, this thing is ready to go. You got lore, you got heart, you got everything in here to run your players through an incredibly engaging adventure.
And
so
what's great is
I'm super here for it.
there is a lot of customization with the various types of goblins, but I think it's the exact right amount. I think adding too many more complicated versions of the goblins would be more difficult on the DM, and it would get lost on the players. Like, if there was like 5 more types of goblins I would fight, I would never keep track of all of them. There's enough here to keep track of, but not too many that I'm going to just, oh, it's just another encounter, right? I'm going to be paying attention to who we're fighting each combat, and it's going to make sense to me every time, right? I like that. I like that he's going simple when he can, right? Like the mutants, they're straight to the point, simple. The alchemist being non-combative, right? Straight point, straight and simple. Like,
very much so.
I like the fact that he's not trying to overcomplicate every step while still trying to maintain the complexity of a living world. You know what I mean? It's those layers, those really nice layers.
Yeah.
Maybe spicing up the Broodmother. So I don't know if you caught this, Isbor. We would like to see the Broodmother, but I think the problem was us. We misinterpreted the Broodmother as a general. We think that they were just a elevated commoner. Because of the way that we found them in the map, it seems that they weren't meant to be the elevation of a specific general. They are just supposed to be
it's mostly my fault
watch the
because
kids.
we try not to read through the whole thing beforehand. Like, I try to get enough context to put it together, but yeah, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I miss things. Whatever.
So yeah, it happens, but but good. I wouldn't mind, even more so. I would like to see some extra bits of or just some sort of extra text with the Broodmother to differentiate them and make them stand out in their description, at least, of what their purpose is. Like, each Broodmother is accompanied by 20 goblins, right? Just put that in there. Like, even if it just said that, even if you just, in the character description, just said the Broodmother is always followed by, 2d10
goblin children's.
It just all the entire stat block would be perfect, because all we were confused on is, why did this character have a different name? Why is it called Broodmother when it's just someone with a single dagger? But if you just say every Broodmother has 2d10 small children following them, done.
That's exactly what they are.
What if it's every Broodmother has 2d10 children following them, 1 sharpshooter and 1 warrior always around? That's it. If you just added that, I'd be like, okay, perfect. It makes perfect sense. But it was the problem with calling it something different. We confused it as a general, but it also just didn't make sense why it had a name.
Yeah.
But now, in context of the map, I kind of like that it wasn't just another goblin. I do kind of like that he thought lore-wise, that
they were going to have something to protect themselves, because even
just that it's a job. I just like that it wasn't just a commoner just saying, "Oh, a commoner's watching the kids." That's
but
Broodmother's
they're more than a jester, right? Jester is technically a commoner stat block, but they're more than just a commoner, right? They actually have weapons and stuff. But this is a Broodmother. He's even a step up from that. So no, I feel that.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. To be fair, from what I understand, creature stats are already a balance problem in official.
Which is fair.
Yeah, we've gone through that a lot in our episodes. Party casual wiping out double digits or then being obliterated by a CR3 or something. We've had episodes. I rant and rave all the time. I hate CR in the sense of building a campaign. I do
trying
not think
to like balance things
I
based
hate
off
the
of
mechanics or the mathematics of trying to build a campaign or an encounter around CR. I think CR is great to give you, like we had this one episode, I think we mentioned this, I can't remember which episode it was, but basically we boiled it down to CR is great. The best way to use CR is to give you an expectation of what the stats should look like, and nothing else. You know what I mean? Like, I don't believe that you should. I don't think that you can say, well, if you're this level with this many party members, this is how many XCR numbers you need.
Yeah.
But what I think a CR should mean is if you tell me, hey, I want to throw an enemy, and I'm like, oh, what CR is that? And you say it's a CR3, I should be able to go, okay, so that has about what? 70 hit points.
I want to know
about
roughly
12.
how chunky it is.
Yeah, like
exactly.
basically, if I hear CR, all I'm thinking of is not how challenging it is. It should be giving me a range of that's its health, that's its stat block, and that's about how hard it hits.
And I like that it varies enough because you can have a CR3 with 150 hit points and AC of 17, but not hit super hard, and then have another one that hits crazy hard, but it's got lower AC and lower hit points. You know what I mean?
I prefer, because and that's why I don't like it. That's why I think CR is broken, is because there's no, like, when you say it's a CR monster, if it's 130 hit points versus 30 hit points, there's no way for me to stay consistent. When you say it's a CR3, well, that means that I have no idea what CR3 means. Let me ask you this.
If you have a creature that has, 100 hit points and does 10 points of damage versus a creature that does 30 points of damage but only has 10 hit points.
Right.
Are you going to put those in one vastly higher than the other?
Well, this is where we get to the problem of CR is broken. I hate CR in general.
Yes.
But yes, I would. I would absolutely. I would find it more frustrating to have those in the same CR category than to be more pedantic about CR categories. Like, you can even say CR3 tier 1. I don't care. But having multiple tiers in a CR is fine. But for me, if I hear CR, what the entire the process of CR, in my opinion, shouldn't be how to build an encounter. CR should literally be a category. It should give me a snapshot of what I can expect from that creature. A health range, a damage output range, an AC range. I'm not saying they all have to be the exact. I'm not saying all CR3s have to have the same amount. But if I have one CR3 that has 100 hit points and an AC of 10, and I have another one that has 30 hit points and an AC of 17, telling me they're both CR3 basically means I don't fucking care. Give me the sheet that shows me.
Let me look
monsters.
at the stats so that I can get a better idea of what I'm looking at. Because the
if
CR
you
doesn't
say
really give
I'm
me
throwing
any...
a CR3 at them, that tells me fuck all.
No, I definitely understand that struggle, and
like you were saying, if there was a better way to categorize them, I would absolutely not mind putting those two together because I understand the difficulty is the same.
Yeah.
But as of right now, it's not about difficulty. And it's not about stats. So it's all fucking broken. But but in my opinion, I get frustrated mostly with CR because it should tell me something. I should be able to get an idea. If you say here are three level, if you tell me here are three monsters and they're all CR5, in my opinion, they shouldn't be that drastically different in their stats. Their life, their
it
AC,
goes back to consistency a lot.
Yeah.
And I get that.
They could be more difficult in what their abilities are, but their base stats, their actual just general toughness is the category I'm looking for.
Yeah.
And CR doesn't take that into account. CR doesn't take into just life or just attack. I don't even know what CR takes into account. To be completely honest, I mean, you've seen it.
I don't think anybody can tell you that.
It just doesn't fucking matter.
No, I get you. Bro.
But good point in chat too. It is sometimes weird where you can take on a double-digit CR and be like, man, that was a breeze, and then the next fight, a CR3 just demolishes you. Yeah, like it sucks. But the name Broodmother, Broodmother always brings to mind a queen. Like the queen ant, right? Like the queen. Yeah, the Broodmother would be really more like I would say either add the verbiage that it's just there to take care of the kids. Mm-hmm. Or make it a psionic. Just let that bitch have psionics and let's see what would happen. Because oh, it could just be so fun to like be able to change combat because the Broodmother enters combat, and then the tactics of combat change because the Broodmother decided it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, instead of every one of your team, you know, like every one of the party fighting one person, the Broodmother comes in and goes, "Nah, he's the most dangerous player. Everyone dogpile," because that's what the Broodmother does. They can just change the course of combat. That would be really fucking interesting. Yeah, Broodmother already brings the mind 0 combat ability, and yeah, but at the same time, she doesn't need combat ability. She's literally there taking care of kids. She's the last resort to protect them, which is why she only has a dagger. You could say, well, the last resort should be this, you know, in escalation purposes, the last resort should be the most powerful. But I like breaking that stigma because, like, that's like saying that the most powerful person against the royal family is the maids because they're the ones who are behind the scenes and with the kids. Like, no, it's the guards. The guards are always the most powerful. The maids that are right next to the most powerful people are not the most powerful. So I like this. I kind of like it. Also, it also gives you a moral option. I do like that he didn't mention it intentionally, but it's subtle. The fact that there are 2 broodmothers with up to 40 babies and they are trying to flee.
Mm-hmm.
That's a tricky moral, ethical play option for a lot of players because
I've thrown that at my players a couple of times.
Because, I mean, you could just have that one guy who's like, oh, I got 1 fireball spell left, huh? No, I'm not going to use it on the kids. I would never use it on the kids. They're on the bridge now, though, right? The bridge? I don't care about the bridge. You know what I mean? Like you could really have one of those moments, and it just gives them the ability to play it out the way they think they should, right? How are their players? Man, imagine like the moral code where you have some players who don't care, and then you have like another player, like a cleric or a paladin, who like really cares about the kids, and then you also have infighting because someone attacked the goblin babies. Stuff like that is fun. Just make the Broodmother Krenko Mob Boss from Magic the Gathering. I don't know what the Krenko Mob Boss does.
I'm not sure either.
It's been so I'm not up to date with MTG at all.
It's been a while.
Yes, the Broodmother is definitely a caretaker. Yeah, so I think it's just, again, it's more of it's meant to be a commoner, but it's meant to have a job. So it has a title for a job, not so much for a difficulty.
Yeah.
And it's the last comment. CR is like having a level 100 Acreus, a level 1 Rattata, and a quick attack and never holding focus sash.
That's crazy.
Critical Mob Boss. Every time it attacks, it doubles the goblin's attacking. Holy shit.
Well, that sounds
in MTG,
dangerous.
that's great. If it were in this, that would be messed up. Well, anyway, so that is it. That is the entire Goblin Encounter submitted by Inventurology. That was a fun read. I don't know how we're going to end this because it's not a normal homebrew review. There's not really anything to review. I guess if we're going to give it a high point, this is going to be... So normally, for you guys that are new, normally on Homebrew Review, we get an actual, like, you know, item, a class, something that we can review, that we can critique, that we can say what we would do differently and really get into, like, the balancing specifics. And at the end, I give it a number of high points out of 10. And basically, the high points isn't so much of a judgment of how good it was, but the amount of high points indicates how likely I would be or my desire to want to use it in high points. So a 10 out of 10 basically means I'm stealing it, I'm taking it, I want it as is, and I want that implemented into my world. And a 1 is basically me saying that I have absolutely no use for it. I don't even have a use for the idea, and it doesn't allow me to do anything with my world moving forward. Basically, if it's just a nothing burger completely, it's a 1, and then a 10 is that I absolutely want it. So that's normally how Homebrew Review works. That's what you guys will see if you guys come back any other Monday. That's what we normally do. But with Homebrew Showcase, because it's a little bit different, with this particular one, I'm not sure how we want to end it because I want to, like, as a player, I want to give it, like, you know, like some sort of like rating, but I don't know if that fits in with the Homebrew Review, like leaderboards. I don't know where we are with that.
I mean, you can always try and give it like a star system from a player perspective, you know, because that's basically what we're doing is we're giving it, we're reviewing it, right? We're reacting to it.
I don't mind like a star system for like a showcase because, again, it's a showcase. It's more like how would I react to it as a player, whereas the high point is more about how much I want to use it because I can't, you know, I won't ever use this particular thing, but I like that a star system. What do we got here? Fat Cheesy Pants, been eating pasta all for the past 3 days, storyboarding all day for the first game as a DM. I can imagine that you're tired for that. Well, good luck. When is the game? Let us know. We are closing down. We are going to be done. Sorry that you came at the very end here.
But welcome anyways.
Yes, welcome. Thank you so much for showing up. Let us know. I'm actually really curious when your first game is. If you're interested, we'd like to hear about that. Let's see. Should we do a star system or F to A system? With more like a tier system. I like the star system. It kind of goes more along the lines of like the high points. The tier system gets a little. The tier system would actually be really cool. Maybe we should do a tier system for like the additions or stuff, or like we could do like a tier system someday. But I like the star system. Still working on it. My bad. Can you make? Don't worry. We're here every Monday and Friday, man. So you just show up whenever you can. So that's a no. So. Oh, wait, hold on. So that's a no for what? Maybe check the classes as an end?
Oh, I think they were referring to the submissions that they put up in the Discord earlier.
Gotcha.
But I think that'll probably take us some time to get to.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, so we won't be able to get to those, but we don't have anything scheduled for next Monday, I believe.
That's true.
Homebrew
That's
Review.
true.
So if
I can set that up.
If you're interested, you can let us know in the Discord if you're interested. And if you want that discussed on stream, we can throw that in there. But otherwise, we'll probably get that. I'll probably be able to read up on those tomorrow and give you some insights. But we are going to be closing down. Hyped and waiting. I hope so. But yeah, absolutely. But yeah, that's going to be us. So I think yes. Let's talk about this. So this is our first Homebrew Showcase. I think this is great. I guess when it comes down to a star system, let's do it out of 5. You know, it doesn't have to be a full out of 10.
Sure.
There's a lot more going on with high points. But let's go with this one. I like it a lot. It ticks all of the right boxes. You know, I'm going to neck it down to a 4.5. The only reason it's not going to get the full 5 out of 5 is I have reservations. There are aspects of it that it all depends on the approach of the DM. And while it's solid, I'm not comfortable giving it a best, oh my God, there's no other campaign I ever want to go. But it ticks all the right boxes and it has enough interest that I do want to play it.
I feel that.
So I'll give it a 4.5 because
feel that.
It's complete. I will give it the point. Normally,
very much so.
I probably would have just given it a 4 because it's not like that whole like, oh my God, I need to, but it's complete. That is so important that it has everything it needs to be I could see this campaign being run as is. You know what I mean? Regardless of our reservations, it's ready to be run minus a few details. But like the details aren't pertinent. Those are any details that it's missing can be added in dynamically while gaming. There's no details that are missing from this that stop it from being played right now. Like I could play this right now with all the information given. I could have a party show up. I have a map. True. I have the enemies. So yeah, I it's gonna get the extra 0.5 just because of how complete it is and how it's good. Chat says 4.2, but hey, still a 4. Still strong. I think this was good for our first showcase. This was fantastic. I do appreciate all of you for chatting with us, for keeping us company, and for being here with us. This was, what did we make? 4 hours. 4-hour stream on the first showcase.
That's impressive.
That is fantastic.
I mean, it was a hefty amount.
It was a hefty amount, and we knew it was going to be a hefty amount, but that's all right. But yeah, thank you guys so much. Thank you for being in chat, guys. I mean, we got Hisbor, we got Fat Cheesy Pants, we got Valley Xeon. Who else did we have in here today? Did Cosmic showed up earlier, I think.
That's right.
I think Cosmic was here at the very beginning.
The only person we didn't have was Invent.
Yeah, or Baba Kiss, but that's all right.
That's fair.
But yeah, if you guys liked what you guys saw here today, if you want to submit stuff for Homebrew Review, if you want to submit a Homebrew Showcase, if you just want to talk with us in just off stream about D&D stuff, you can join our Discord and our community. I'm putting the link in chat right now. Please join. We have so many different ways that you can chat with us. We have just channels to share stuff. You can submit stuff. You can ask us questions on stream or just in Discord. You can ask me DM questions about how I would do things in High Point, or if you need to know a specific ruling that you can't find about rules as written, you can ask me there. You can just do all sorts of stuff. So join that. Let us know. Our schedule is Mondays and Fridays. Mondays, 7 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, 7 p.m. We do Homebrew Review or we do a Homebrew Showcase. And then on Fridays is our Deeper Discussions episode where we'll take a topic and we will just deep dive into the history, of all of the editions, how it's evolved, and how we incorporate those ideas into our gaming sessions. But that's going to be us for today. Join us again on Friday, where we will be talking about wild magic, the history of wild magic,
very excited
how
for this
we've
one.
implemented wild magic, and just what we think, what we think of wild magic. So join us on Friday for wild magic. Next Monday, we do not have a current homebrew, so please
working
join
on
the
it.
Discord to submit some. And if you did like this video, if you missed anything in this video, or if you want to watch any of our previous videos, you can catch all of our live streams on our VOD channel on YouTube. I will also drop that in the in the link here in the chat. So if you want to go check out any of our other episodes, you can. They are all separated by playlists. So we have Homebrew Review as its own playlist. We have all of the D&D discussions as its own playlist. And I also do some gaming on the side just for casual stuff for you guys if you like that kind of stuff. But we're going to end it there. Thank you guys so much. I hope you had a wonderful weekend. I hope you have a great week ahead of you. Thank you again. Join us on Friday, where we will be back with the next D&D discussions about wild magic.
Deuces, my friends.